1 minute till. He's probably going to raise his hand soon.
Yeah.
Good evening. I would like to call this meeting to order. Board Policy BD states that annually the superintendent presides and acts as temporary chairman of the meeting until such time as a new chairman is elected. In accordance with South Carolina Code of Laws 1985, Section 30-4-80-E, the following have been notified of the time, place, and agenda of this meeting: the Fort Mill Sun, the Herald, and the Charlotte Observer, CN2, and WRHI. Would everyone please pause for a moment of silence? Thank you. Can everyone please stand at this time for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. You have received a copy of the agenda for the Tuesday, November 18th, 2025 Fort Mill School Board meeting. Are there any corrections or changes? Being none, the agenda is approved as submitted. Board policies BD and BE require election of board officers. At this time, I would like to open the floor for nominations for the office of chairperson of the board.
I'd like to nominate Ms. Spears to continue as board chair.
Second.
Okay, we have a nomination of Ms. Spears. Are there any other nominations? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. I am going to hand this meeting off to you, thankfully, because that was the most nerve-wracking thing I've ever done.
Well, I consider it a team effort, but I appreciate your support. I would now entertain motions for, or nominations for vice chair.
I'd like to nominate Ms. Pratt to continue as vice chair.
Second.
Motion and a second for Ms. Pratt. Are there any other nominations? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, Ms. Pratt. You get to continue to stand in. All right. This is really exciting because we have got a ton of special recognition because of all the amazing things that are happening in our school. So I'm assuming they're going to go in the order that is listed here. And I think different people are going to be handing out different awards. But our first one is for Catawba Ridge High School Band, 4A state champions.
Madam Chair, before that, we need to do the minutes.
We did. We did.
So as Ms. Spears just said, we're gonna start off with recognition with the 4A state champions. Marching band is one of the most demanding things that a student can do, and it's one of our highest expressions of art. And Catawba Ridge has done it masterfully. Anybody who lives or drives along the Parkway has probably seen Mr. Butler and the Copperheads out on that field all hours of the day, all hours of the night, and weekends too. So as a recognition of their hard work, at this time we would invite their director, Mr. Patrick Butler, to come to the podium and say a little bit about his amazing band students.
Tommy Jenkins.
Thank you. This is our fourth state championship in 5 years. The continued achievement of our band program reflects the outstanding commitment, discipline, and drive for excellence that the students demonstrate every day. We are incredibly proud of the hard work and the high standard performance they continue to uphold. I would like to extend my thank you and my appreciation to our school board, parents, and the entire Fort Mill community. Whether your encouragement, whether it's time, resources, or just cheering us on, makes concerts like this possible. Fort Mill is nationally known for producing some of the finest bands in the country, and is home to great music education in grades K through 12. I want to give a special thanks to our principal, Barry Ledford, and his admin team for the support they give us at Catawba Ridge, and to our dedicated band staff that works tirelessly. A tireless effort helps form the bonds the students have and performers. And in particular, I want to thank Matt McCurley, our color guard director, Chris Smith, our percussion director, David Shives, our assistant band director. We also are very grateful at Catawba Ridge to have some outstanding middle school directors that feed us. Mr. Scott Mitchell at Banks Trail Middle School, Ms. Jordan Rosowski and Lauren Ogle at Forest Creek Middle School, and Mr. Joaquin Fuller at Fort Mill Middle. Without them, our band program would not be what it is today. They give them a great foundation for success at the high school level. This year, our show was called This Version of You. It's reflecting back upon your life and what has made you as a person, and would the young version of yourself be proud of you today. I think all of our band members and our drum majors would be proud of what they've accomplished in their short lives already. Again, thank you for giving these students an outlet to create, compete, and perform at their highest level.
Get that picture.
Don't leave.
Photo op.
All right, so y'all would think I haven't done this before as the chair, but I inadvertently missed an agenda item, so we're going to go back real quick. Item 3.01 is the approval of minutes from our October 21st meeting. So I apologize, I skipped that. I was so excited to get to recognition. You all received a copy. Were there adjustments or corrections? All right, then those will stand with unanimous consent, and now we move on with the scheduled program.
Mistake.
I know, like I said, you wouldn't think I've ever done it.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Young, it's my pleasure this evening to recognize the outstanding achievements of several of our student athletes. First, we'd like to invite Coach Tony Murray from Catawba Ridge High School to join us to recognize the 100-meter backstroke swim 5A state champion.
Amelia had an impressive freshman season for Catawba Ridge. She set multiple individual and relay records and also earned all-region status for the team. She became the school's first state champion by winning the 100 back, so it's exciting to see what she can do for the future in Catawba Ridge.
Next, I'd like to invite Coach Van Buskirk to recognize Fort Mill High School's individual swim events 5A state champions.
We're the noisy group.
That bling.
Sounds like Christmas.
Good evening, board. Good evening, people in the audience. I am Cindy Van Buskirk. I'm the head coach of the Fort Mill High School boys and girls swim team. I've had the privilege of coaching this team for the past 18 years. Tonight, I would like to recognize the state champions for both my girls and boys teams. Ladies first. They swam on Thursday, October 9th at the University of South Carolina Natatorium. Our 200-yard medley relay champions are Haruka Ono, Lila Hadley, Bella Corby, and Caden Henson. They did a phenomenal job. It was very exciting. They won the event by .02. We had one individual state champion, which was very exciting. It's her very first, and she's only a junior, so I'm looking forward to more next year. Miss Lila Hadley in the 100-yard breaststroke. I'm thrilled to say that Caden Henson is my only graduating senior from this state team, so I'm looking forward to great things for them next season. My boys team swam on Saturday, October 11th, at the University of South Carolina Natatorium. There were some outstanding swims, as you can see by these four young gentlemen in front of you. First, the 200-yard medley relay, Turner Wyand, Dominic Impens, Parker Hightower, and Tate Preston. Very exciting, and I want to say that they broke the state record this year.
Wow.
We had two swimmers who had additional gold medals in their individual events. Turner Wyand, please step forward, Turner, won both the 50-yard freestyle and the 100-yard backstroke. Dominic Impens won the 100-yard freestyle and the 100-yard breaststroke. These were impressive swims, to say the least. On the flip side, 3 of the 4 you see standing in front of you are seniors, which I have told them I will allow them to graduate. I thought that was nice of me. I'm very proud of these swimmers and the outstanding meets that they had. Both my teams are state team silver medalists this year. Thank you for this opportunity for me to recognize these amazing student athletes. I hope that you have a good night. Congratulations, swimmers.
Do over.
Next, we're going to recognize our South Carolina State Champion Veterinary Science Team. This team is from Fort Mill High School. They are representatives of animal science, small animal, even vet, and they are led by their prestigious leader, Mr. Tim Pacehour, who does all amazing things with FFA and animal science. And here to take it away is Mr. Pacehour.
Thank you, thank you. We were fortunate this year to achieve the state championship in the veterinary science for the second time in 3 years. And I'm gonna let Blake tell a little bit, one of our team members, about kind of what they do for just a second.
Okay, so the first thing we had to do was learn over 200 different types of animal breeds. We had to learn around 40 different types of parasites, around 60 types of equipment and materials. We then had to do a 50-question multiple choice test about just general veterinary knowledge. And then lastly, we had a math test, which was a lot of just medical math and pharmaceutical questions. So we want to thank you guys so much for approving all of those field trips for us, because they really mean a lot and help us learn a lot more. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to say thanks as well for all the support that we get. Our team members are Blake Evans, Samantha Collett, and Palin Rivers, and we'll be moving on, and they'll have to do about 40 different skills at the National FFA in Indianapolis in 2026. So the board can be looking for another overnight field trip.
That's right.
But again, thank you for your support.
Wonderful.
I'm honored tonight to recognize Fort Mill High School as the recipient of the 15th Annual York County Sports Hall of Fame Excellence in Sports Award. This award is presented each year to the York County High School that demonstrates superior overall athletic performance. The winner is determined using the South Carolina Athletic Administrators Association point system for the Director's Cup, which includes both boys and girls sports and activities. This award has been around for 15 years, and our district has won it for 14 of those 15 years. Fort Mill High School has won it 11 times. This evening, we welcome Principal Zach Beam, Athletic Director Dwayne Hartsoe, to accept this award on behalf of Fort Mill High School.
No speech.
Congratulations.
Right.
I'm ready.
Oh, okay.
I'm excited about this one. I wish they had this sport when I was in school. I'm excited to recognize the Nation Ford High School girls weightlifting team, who earned the title of 5A South Carolina Strength Coaches Association State Champion. We welcome coaches Michael Angelou and Tyler Klippa, who led the team to this remarkable achievement.
I don't want to arm wrestle them.
Right?
One other thing, we have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to marching band in Fort Mill. We have more than one state champion, and all of our bands finish among the top perennially. But Mr. Linkus and the Nation Ford Falcons brought home the 5A state championship this year. I was there in person to witness them at River Bluff and saw them multiple times throughout the season. It was an absolutely amazing show. Mr. Linkus, would you like to say anything?
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I just wanted to say how incredibly proud I am of these students this year. We all certainly appreciate the honor of being awarded a state championship, but if I'm being honest, the thing that really hit home for me has nothing to do with that, and that was to witness the incredible growth of these students through this year so far. And what they learned, I think, far outshines any championship, which is, all my years of teaching, I've been at Nation Ford since it opened its doors, and I've never seen a group of students that were more committed, that got along as people and adults. They learn how to get along and communicate with one another, problem solve, be relentless with their pursuit of being excellent at what they do. And I just can't express enough in inadequate words how incredible this season was, and it had nothing really to do with the championship and more to do with what seeds they planted for their future. And these two young men up front, with Matthew Connell and Simon Franke, were the two of the best drum majors that have ever come through our door, and I know a lot of that success is through their leadership. So I want to express my gratitude to them and to everyone else. Thank you.
Our final athletic recognition of the night, I'd like to welcome Coach Alyssa McAllister to the podium as we recognize Nation Ford High School's individual swim events 5A state champions.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa McAllister, and I am the head coach of the boys and girls Nation Ford swim team. I've been with the program for 7 years and head coach for 3, and I've absolutely loved it. Tonight, I'm so honored to recognize our 2 boys state champions from the 5A Division II Swimming State Championship meet. First, I would like to honor Gavin Sharkala, a senior and 6-year athlete on our NAFO team, for his incredible achievement of being a state champion in the boys 500 freestyle. As a captain, Gavin has shown exceptional dedication, constantly motivating himself and his teammates to grow. I'm also proud to recognize Gray Rieger, a junior and 5-year member of the NAFO swim team, who also earned a state champion title in the boys 100 fly. He's worked tirelessly this season towards his goal, and his dedication and determination have truly paid off. And I'm so proud of these boys this season.
Good evening. Tonight, I am excited to recognize our Collaborative Teams of the Year. For the past 2 years, we have named a Collaborative Team of the Year at each level, grades K through 2, 3 through 5, middle school, and high school. Last year, we added an other category for teams that do not fit the traditional grade level band like most of our teams do. This award was developed to recognize our teams that embody the PLC process. Each teaching team in the district has the opportunity to apply for the award. It is a somewhat lengthy application. It's not easy, so we really commend each team that decided to apply. Last year, we had over 45 applications for these 5 awards. These teaching teams take collaboration to the next level. They work together as teams to increase learning for all students. They're laser focused on getting the highest level of learning for all kids. They are finding that when they work together as a team, pinpoint what is working, what is not working, sharing strategies, and taking the ownership of all students, everyone learns more. We are excited to recognize the following teacher teams who are named the 2025 Collaborative Teams of the Year. When I call your name, please come to the front. We'll take your picture, and on the way out, make sure you see Deidre for the rest of your goodies. So we would like to first congratulate the winners of our K2 award from Springfield Elementary second grade teachers. We have Casey Segal, Alyssa Romansky, Robin DeTraglia, Sarah Wilson, Alex Orr, Grace Haruska, and Ali Stack. Next, we would like to congratulate the following winners of our grades 3 to 5 award. From Gold Hill Elementary, the third grade teaching team. The following teachers are part of this wonderful team: Andrew Simpson, Brittany Scott, Megan Stassi, Kayla Haney, Ebony English, Rashad Brown, and Susan Johnson. Next, we would like to congratulate the following winners of our Middle School Team of the Year award. From Banks Trail Middle School, 8th grade social study teaching team. Amanda Lister, John Wilkie, and Leonardo Francisco. For our high school award, we have the biology honors team from Nation Ford High School, Tori Tisdale, Bree Bingham, Ashley Osborne, Kathy Seestead, and Stephen Penn. Do not think any of them were able to make it this evening. So when we started the award and we had just the traditional teams, we thought we needed to recognize our other teams that make a difference for our students too, and do all of the collaborative work that our other teams are doing. So for the very first time, we have a category that is other than the grade level bands, and the winners of this award are the elementary school technology teachers. We have a good many of them here, but I do want to recognize the entire team. Stephanie Jacobs, Melissa Schaefer, Michelle Walker, Mary O'Grady Jones, Jordan Thompson, Larisha Grimmage, Michelle Sobrowski Price, Rebecca Ackerman, Ashley Pease, Daphne Wells, Heather Morris, Savannah Carpenter, Michael Pearson, Mimi Alter, and Alexis Finch. Congratulations to all of our teams.
It's a good thing.
All right, got to put my nose on real quick. So I am really excited about this next recognition. This staff recognition program is established in honor of my dad, Stormy Young, who was a longtime educator in Fort Mill School District, and he used the symbolic red clown nose featured in Patch Adams as a tool for humor and connection. This award is designed to highlight staff who demonstrate excellence, empathy, and kindness in their daily work, showing a capacity to really connect with colleagues and students. Recognition will be given based on outstanding performance within the framework of the 4 Cs: culture, oh, the light's off for us too, community engagement, commitment, and continuous improvement. This award is voted on by a committee at the district office, and we will choose 4 people each month. And I am so excited about the 4 people this month, and these are our first ever Red Nose recipients. So if they would come forward when I announce your name, our first recipient is Miss Ann Ledford from Fort Mill High School. Miss Ledford is an icon of kindness, humor, and empathy with over 40 years of service, inspiring countless students and colleagues. As the leader of the Teacher Cadet Program, she models the heart of the profession and drives continuous improvement. She perfectly exemplifies the 4 Cs, demonstrating unwavering commitment and strengthening community engagement. And I will tell you, she was one of my dad's favorites.
There's a little pin in there too that might come out when you, yep. Where's my
All right, our next recipient is Miss Mandy Perch from Pleasant Knoll Elementary School. Mandy Perch brings extraordinary dedication and heart to PKES, tirelessly supporting both staff and students with patient and calm confidence. Her kindness, humor, and empathy are evident in every interaction, strengthening relationships and building trust. She fosters a supportive school culture and demonstrates exceptional commitment to the success and well-being of the entire community. Good job, Mandy. All right, next is Mr. Stump Epps from Gold Hill Middle School. Stump is perhaps the best embodiment of humor, empathy, and kindness in the district. You simply cannot be sad when he is around. He uses these gifts to heal families struggling with grief and uplift staff members wrestling with challenges. He is an authentic, humble, and kind influence that students and staff need in their life daily. All right, and last but not least, we have Miss Lynn Marsh from Nation Ford High School. Miss Lynn Marsh, or Mama Marsh, is the embodiment of the red-nosed spirit, demonstrating excellence, empathy, humor, and kindness through every student connection. Her visible commitment and dedication to her students drive a positive school culture. She models continuous improvement by connecting curriculum to critical issues and makes a huge selfless contribution to Nation Ford High School.
That was some amazing recognition, and I was excited when Mr. Young told me he had come up with the idea of the Red Nose Award. I think that's a great way to recognize additional staff members, so. We're going to keep some fun going. Our next item of agenda is a school spotlight for Riverview Elementary, and Ms. Wayman Mabra, wherever she is going to lead us off.
Perfect. Good evening, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to share with you about our awesome school today. I'm Mabra Wayman, and I'm proud to be the principal of the Riverview Rockets. Every day, we recite over the intercom, "When I'm respectful, responsible, and safe, all learn, all grow, and all belong." This mission guides every decision that we make at Riverview Elementary. Now, as a proud Gamecock, I'll have to be honest, every time I say all, I can't help but hear Dabo in my head. But at Riverview, we are embracing that all really does mean all. On the very first day of school last year, I told our staff that you can feel the heart of this school the moment that you walk through the front doors. But heart alone was not going to be enough to live out the mission of all meaning all. To genuinely reach every child, we knew that it would take intentional, focused teamwork. And if we wanted the rest of Fort Mill to see the incredible school that Riverview Elementary is, we had to be purposeful in our work together. I could not say enough about the Riverview family. They live our mission daily. They show up, they collaborate, and they pour themselves into this work every day. Tonight, our team is going to share about how intentionality leads to excellence. Joining me this evening are our three assistant principals, Victoria Bujak, Daniel Lewis, and Lisa Lucas, along with our lead teacher, Emily Gaither, our literacy coach, Megan O'Neill, math coach, Natalia Segura, and our ATSI coach, Jackie Hahn. Together, this team is going to walk you through the intentional steps that we've taken on our rocket journey to excellence.
As a team, we took intentional time to define what Tier 1 instruction is and looks like at our school. This was a team effort that included teachers, coaches, and administrators. Our goal was to ensure everyone had a shared understanding of what effective instruction, engagement, and differentiation looks like in every classroom. We used ATSI walkthrough data, student outcomes, and teacher input to develop clear, concrete expectations that support consistency across grade levels. This clarity has helped teachers align their planning and instruction, making our professional learning more focused and relevant.
Over the past year, we have focused on enhancing teacher clarity, ensuring that our teachers understand the essential standards they are teaching. While our kindergarten through third grade teachers spent Wednesday afternoons in letters training last year, our fourth and fifth grade teachers focused on unpacking the standards to create learning intentions and success criteria. Led by our ATSI coach, Jackie Hahn, their work translated into student clarity, helping students know what they're learning, why it matters, and what success looks like. Those teachers began using student-friendly I CAN statements, exemplars, and anchor charts to make expectations visible. We've seen growth in students' ability to articulate their learning goals and reflect on their progress. This year, we have continued to build on this work with our PLC teams across all grade levels. Twice a week, each team meets to collaborate around the essential standards in ELA and math. Part of this collaboration involves unpacking the essential standards, creating learning progressions, developing common formative assessments, and reviewing the data for instructional planning. The result has been a stronger teacher clarity and more intentional alignment between teaching and assessment.
One of the most significant shifts was ensuring program consistency with the HMH curriculum from kindergarten through grade 5, as well as using the HMH structured literacy program in grades kindergarten through grade 2. Previously, there were variations in instructional materials and approaches across grade levels, which created gaps in skill development. We've aligned our Tier 1 reading and writing programs, ensuring that foundational skills, comprehension strategies, and vocabulary instruction build on each other year after year. This consistency enables teachers to build upon the hard work of the previous year rather than having to start from scratch. It's also made transition smoother for students and enabled more meaningful vertical collaboration among teachers. All of this work has led to a 12.8 increase in ELA on the SC Ready State Assessment and an 8.1 increase in math on the SC Ready State Assessment. And Riverview has moved from 11th in the district to the 5th in the Science State Assessment.
Good evening. Working together in this way has helped our staff realize that we also had teams outside of our traditional grade levels who needed dedicated collaboration time. And as a result, we created what we called specialty PLCs. These groups give our GT teachers, our special settings special education teachers, and our resource inclusion special education teachers structured time to work together. Their purpose is to strengthen consistency and alignment within our school, particularly because these teachers serve students across multiple grade levels and previously had limited opportunities to collaborate. The specialty group I support directly is our gifted and talented team. With the creation of this PLC, our 3rd through 5th grade GT teachers have been able to engage in intentional vertical planning and explore differentiation strategies together. Through these collected efforts, GT PLC allows time to focus on the 4th PLC question. How will we extend the learning for students who are already proficient? Having that dedicated space for discussion has led to stronger planning and clearer outcomes for our students. The first major initiative for our GT PLC was the development of problem-based learning units. That work has continued this year, and the team is now using early release days to share their progress and further strengthen these collaborative efforts. Our SC Ready data affirms the impact of this work. Last year, 97.5% or more of our GT students scored meets or exceeds.
Good evening. I'm going to talk about our special settings, special education, specialty PLCs, and our intentional work. We had 4 major areas of intentional focus to support the success of this program at our school. A huge focus was aligning the South Carolina alternate standards and grade level essential standards with classroom curriculum accomplished through planning days where myself and our special ed coach, Brittany Brownshield, who could not be here with us today, met with our teachers to create a framework for this work. We also embedded this in lesson planning to make sure that our lessons were intentional and prepared. We also provided PD opportunities with our instructional assistants and protected weekly classroom team meetings with our special settings class teams, so all staff members were an essential part of this work. A second focus was inclusive practices. We used intentional grouping to increase meaningful interactions with general education peers, embedding students in the school community, using scaffolds, visual schedules, targeted data collection, and individualized support to ensure high-quality access in our school. Our third focus was strengthening the use of high-leverage practices. Through alignment in our PLTs and professional development, we worked collaboratively to connect each practice intentionally and directly to classroom instruction and to guide our work as a collective team. Finally, we established monthly specialty PLCs for our special settings teachers. We use the same framework as other teams in our building. These meetings provided protected time for alignment, problem solving, instructional planning, supported by teacher input and ongoing data review. This work truly reflects partnership, and we remain committed to ensuring every student receives meaningful, rigorous, and inclusive learning experiences. Through this collaborative work of our teachers and teams, we saw great achievement on the South Carolina Alternate Assessment. As you can see in our Alternate Assessment ELA, we increased 8%, and for the South Carolina Alternate Assessment, our amazing kiddos increased 18%, so we're very proud.
Ms. Hahn and I had the honor of working with our resource and inclusion teachers, and we're going to discuss the work that we did with them last year. Our first set of action steps for resource and co-taught classes focused on strengthening collaboration across general and special education.
We coordinated schedules so resource inclusion teachers could attend grade level PLCs to inform instruction and provide equitable planning time.
We also made sure that we were intentional about the placement of our students with IEPs to maximize access to both core instruction and specialized support.
For co-teaching teams, we provided extended planning time using a structured co-teaching framework.
Teams clarified roles, they examined their co-teaching approaches, focused on state standards, and embedded universal design for learning.
They also used assessment data to plan adjustments for instructional opportunities.
To strengthen specially designed instruction, we provided intentional planning for SDI in both co-taught and resource settings.
General education lesson plans included sections for input from resource inclusion teachers, and resource instruction was better aligned to success criteria at grade level.
We also established monthly PLCs for resource and inclusion teachers.
These PLCs, facilitated by our special services coaches, Danny Cancro and Jen Haynes, focused on high leverage practices, IEP development, and best practices for specially designed instruction.
We believe that these action steps helped our students with IEPs in resource and co-taught classes increase their SC Ready performance last year in ELA and math. As you see, our SC Ready scores in ELA increased by 4.5%, and our math scores increased by 6.6%.
You cannot do it alone. Well, it's able to give us like a success criteria for what each kid needs to know in that standard, just breaking it down piece by piece, because sometimes the standards can just be a lot for them to kind of comprehend, and then that allows us to work together as resource like and inclusion together, and just kind of build off of each other.
An engaged classroom, or it's more kids talking, kids up and moving, kids solving problems or tasks, not the same way, but different creative ways.
Guys, let's do this one and this one. Because then 5. This.
I'm incredibly proud of our Rockets at Riverview. Their work ethic and determination impress me every single day. But I also want to acknowledge that our success is not the result of just one year's effort. It reflects a long history of doing whatever it takes to grow, improve, and serve our students. The images that you see tonight illustrate that story. They show years of steady progress, evidence that intentional, focused work has been happening long before now. I'm proud to say that intentional improvement does lead to excellence. We were able to celebrate this progress together as a staff when the school report cards were released this year. Superintendent Young joined us as we shared how their hard work has become clear evidence both inside and outside of our building, and that the people at Riverview truly are excellent educators. Thank you.
I have some questions.
Oh, don't leave. Come back, come back.
I thought maybe they were going to tell us we had to hurry.
Yeah,
But
okay.
yes, sir.
Wonderful job.
Thank you.
So I've heard the phrase framework, clarity, teacher and student, standard clarity. From your lens, can you give a little bit more insight on that teacher and student standard clarity?
Yes, so we've really tried to simplify what we're teaching. We are focusing in on our essential standards. Specifically this year, one of our big focuses is to take the essential standards and work on them kind of one at a time. And in our viewpoint, when we say something is essential, we're dedicating 100% of our kids. We want them to get those standards. We're going to teach all standards, but when they're essential, we're saying we're going to continue to teach it and teach it and teach it until all kids are getting it. And that work this year, we're doing a really great job of revisiting it consistently to try to not allow that gap to continue to form. We're also trying to communicate to our kids what it is they're doing, why they're doing it. They mentioned success criteria. So it's one thing to be like, you know, today we're going to learn about main idea, but we're trying to dig in even more deeper to say you will know you're successful today if you can do blah, blah, and blah. And then having our kids also reflect upon that at the end so that they know what it is they really have to do to be successful each day and be very specific to that. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay,
So
great.
2 more questions.
Okay.
So when it comes to great performance, outside of that data successfulness, what would you say that you're most proud of?
I am most proud of, honestly, the work ethic of the people that are there. No matter what I feel like we're asking them to do, they show up every day and they love our kids on the good days and the bad days. You know, the consistent part is that we love our children, and I feel like our staff is very dedicated of meeting them where they are. We've really focused on let's just try to grow from one day to the next. You know, if we can kind of keep that improvement lens, I'm not expecting us to be here by tomorrow, but are we trying to help them grow each and every day? And I feel like our staff and our students are dedicated to that.
Great. And the last one, I would like for one of your right-hand folks to answer this, or at
Perfect.
least one of them. So the last 3 years, I've paid attention to the word PLC. I would like for one of them to come up and share with the public, when you all are referring to PLC, what does that really mean? What does it mean to you?
I know.
Because I heard framework and I heard PLCs.
So Emily is our lead teacher, and this year we kind of split our grade level teams up. We have like a PLC facilitator on each team, and then we have content reps. And she works really hard with our PLC facilitators, so that's why everybody was staring at her like, you should be the one that comes up here.
Okay.
So I'll let her answer.
Great.
So PLC has been a big buzzword lately over the last several years, but for us, it means our teams working collaboratively. I work specifically with our K through 5 grade teacher teams, and we work kind of in a cycle process where they identify the essential standard for that unit that they're teaching. They unpack the standards. They identify what a learning progression would look like, where their common assessments, where do they need to check in, and then as they give those common assessments, they bring that data back and they look at the data. So for me, our PLCs means our teachers working together, collaborating, but also the vulnerability piece, like they share their data. So like the data isn't kept private. Each grade level has a data wall or a digital place where they input all of their data. And we look at that data collaboratively, talk about what works, what didn't, and then we talk about what do we do with our students who haven't learned it. And one of the best things that comes from our PLC, we have 2 teams right now who have gone beyond that, and not just adding a second layer of intervention for those students who haven't mastered after that unit, but they actually group the students and they mix them up so they don't just work with their own students. So they basically pull them together, they group them based on needs, and then each teacher takes a group. So during our group intervention time, they work together. So for me, it's the collaboration, all teachers responsible for all students, and that vulnerability piece with our teacher teams.
Wonderful job, Riverview.
And I can say, when we've been in various schools and observed PLT meetings going on, that's one of the things that's so impressive is, in the example of 5th grade, all the 5th grade teachers know all the 5th grade kids, not just their 20-something kids, and are all trying to figure out the best opportunity to help this student with this challenge, and it's evident when you see the meetings going on. It's pretty impressive. So congratulations.
Yep.
You
Nice
guys have
work,
done
y'all.
awesome.
Awesome.
All right, our next agenda item is public participation. I've got 2 cards, so you'll each have 5 minutes. The first one that was handed to me is Brian Grayson. If you want to come up, you have 5 minutes to address the board. If you'll start with your name and address, and then the time is yours.
My name is Brian Grayson. I live at 370 Mount Sideway in Fort Mill. Superintendent Young, members of the board, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I also want to thank you for your service. In November, we celebrate military service, all our veterans and current members of the armed forces. Maybe we'll have a month someday where we celebrate school board service. I'll propose that. Thank you. I'm a chemical engineer by trade. I've been an engineer and I've supervised engineers in hazardous chemical manufacturing operations. I've also been a student myself back in the 1900s. I'm here to talk about 3 topics in my brief minutes, and I'll keep them brief. Process hazards, response plans, and the tough balance of responsibility and authority, especially when you don't have one of those. When it comes to process hazards, we did annual reviews when I was working in those environments, looking for paths to catastrophe. And catastrophe meant fatalities, explosions, major equipment damage, shut things down, maybe danger to the community. Of particular interest in those hazards were vapor clouds, because vapor clouds are mobile and they may persist. A leak from a tank may go on for quite a while, and the cloud may be there for quite a while. Very different than a lockdown situation for an active shooter, for example, which may also go on for a long time, but the response is immediate. We did them annually. That implicitly means every time we did one of these, there was something we didn't think of. Next year, we'd think of another potential catastrophe and try to fix it. And the year after that, another. And so that's something I take very seriously. And I wonder if CILFAB does something similar in terms of process hazard reviews. They probably do. They're a responsible company. They're trying to do their best. But again, it's probably an annual frequency and an implicit admission that there's hazards they have not thought of yet, and stuff happens. I've been in a manufacturing plant when there was an explosion. I've designed manufacturing facilities that if there's an explosion, we're going to put walls here so the explosion goes that way. So we have to be really careful about that, especially mobile clouds. Response time is the second topic I'd like to address. You may recall that a month ago there was a robbery at the Louvre Museum in Paris. Those robbers were in and out in 7 minutes. They've got world-class security systems, and the security system did not respond within 7 minutes. Let's go a little closer to home. Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. The official state report says there were 3 minutes from the time that the 911 call was made about an active shooter to the time the lockdown was executed. 3 minutes. Now let's get closer to home. What's your response time for your emergency plans? What's your goal response time? My daughter-in-law works at an elementary school. Their goal response time is 2 to 3 minutes. And why am I emphasizing timing? Back to CILFAB. Let's assume there's a release or an explosion at the CILFAB facility. Assume there's a 10-mile-per-hour breeze and it happens to be blowing towards the Flint Hills schools. 10 miles per hour equals 900 feet in 1 minute. That's about how far away their facilities are from your schools, from our schools. That means you've got 1 minute to be informed of the problem, respond to the problem, execute your plan, and complete execution of your plan in 1 minute. Can you really achieve that? Is it an adequate plan, or do we need to do something else? It probably takes longer than a minute for you to even become aware of it, for CILFAB to identify the problem and start spreading the word. And that's if you can lock down inside the school. What about outside the school? The carpool lines, the bus lines, the sports on your athletic fields. What's your response plan if a release or a hazard happens while that's in progress? And your lockdown procedures probably include things like lock the doors, shut down, everybody hunker down. Well, at Robb Elementary, some of the locks didn't work. If they had done a process hazards review, they might have had a plan. What do we do if the locks don't work? So be careful about hazard plans. I said I was a student in the 1900s. It was the 50s and 60s. I was one of the kids hiding under my desk in case a nuclear bomb dropped on my house, on my school. And I was living near Pittsburgh, where all the steel mills were. We were a target in a case of a nuclear war. That was clearly not an adequate plan, but it was the only thing we could do. I think there's more that can be done here in the case of CILFAB. Your overview of safety and security document online says the district's leadership and personnel are fully committed to safe schools. I applaud you for that strong position. That's a very large responsibility, and thank you for taking it on your very broad shoulders. But then the question becomes authority. In Superintendent Young's letter dated November 7th, I'm quoting, "Parents and community members' advocacy be directed towards the agencies with the legal authority to act on zoning and industrial compliance matters." I understand you don't have the authority on zoning and industrial compliance matters, but you do have a responsibility for advocacy. Your counsel, from a potentially biased source, was to not advocate. That's kind of like asking the fox if you should increase security measures on the hen house.
Thank you, sir.
I don't think that was appropriate. So please, do your best to advocate to move SILFAB.
Thank you. Our second is Patrick Lloyd.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time, Board. I appreciate everything you do for our students. I can see the pride and the care that you take for our students. I see the pride in the teachers tonight. It's one of the reasons why I live here. Okay, my name is Patrick Lloyd. I live at 3503 Conway Court. Again, tonight I'd like to speak to you about SILFAB Solar. I've read Superintendent Young's letter and your myths and facts document. You repeatedly state that the district has no authority over zoning or industrial permitting. Let me be clear, we're not asking you to zone properly. We're asking you to use the legal tools available to school boards when children are in harm's way. Other school boards have done exactly that. In Monroe, Washington, the school district negotiated a $34 million settlement after PCB contamination and closed the school. In Louisiana, a school board shut down Fifth Ward Elementary due to toxic emissions from an adjacent facility. And in Vermont, over 90 school districts filed their own lawsuit against Monsanto over PCB contamination, not because they had zoning authority, but because they had a duty to protect children. So when you say you have no authority, what I hear is that you've chosen not to exercise the legal options available to you. Now let's talk about emergency preparedness. Your myths versus facts document claims you have emergency plans including chemical incident response and evacuation. Excellent. Then show us the tabletop exercise. You've done tabletop exercises before. You did one for a chemical spill on the railroad tracks. Parents have been asking for a year to see one for a catastrophic event at SILFAB, a silane explosion, one of numerous chemicals they have, or chemical release from manufacturing solar cells. We need to see the scenario walk through. What happens minute by minute after an explosion or chemical release? How long to evacuate 500 plus students from Flint Hill Elementary? When do you shelter in place versus evacuate? How are parents notified and where is reunification? And what is the timeline for getting children to safety? These aren't theoretical questions. Silane ignites spontaneously on contact with air and can cause delayed vapor cloud explosions. This is a real documented risk. Your letter says you are reviewing and enhancing emergency plans. That suggests they're not complete. Parents have been asking for a year. When will we see the tabletop exercise? Superintendent Young, you wrote that the district is committed to transparent communication. Then be transparent. Publish the tabletop exercise before SILFAB begins manufacturing. Your myths versus facts document states the district believes the health and safety of our students are a top priority. Then please prove it. Other school boards didn't just coordinate and monitor. They took legal action. They filed lawsuits. They shut down schools, and they fought alongside parents. I'm asking you directly, will you publish the tabletop exercise with the evacuation timeline? And will you join parents in legal action to ensure SILFAB operates with all the strictest safety standards or doesn't operate at all? You've told us what you can't do. Now show us what you will do. Our children are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we've got several staff reports coming up, starting with the monthly financial update. Ms. Lordo?
Good evening. Tonight in your packet, we've included the monthly financial report for September 30th. This September is what we would expect to be a relatively normal month. And I didn't have any significant concerns about September, but it's the third month of our fiscal year. It's also a month where, as we would expect, we're very dependent on fund balance for cash flow until our tax collections begin coming in. But total revenues to date for this fiscal year were $34,399,000, and expenditures were $52,476,000. So we were using fund balance at about $18 million, which was very consistent proportionately with our budget with the same period last year. Most of our tax collections in this month are vehicle tax collections. They were $2,364,000. We had a small amount of some delinquent real estate property tax collections, but that was not significant. As I mentioned, I did not have any other concerns about September, no significant issues with any of the state funding, unless you had any other questions. I'll move on to impact fees. We saw for October and November somewhat of an increase in the collections on multifamily units, condos, townhomes, but we've collected to date now $82,042,244. We've earned interest on those funds of about $7.5 million. So we've collected about $89 million of that. We are tracking and keeping up with what we can submit in claims to York County for construction reimbursement. And we've submitted claims to date of $85,360,000. We have drawn on those funds. Of that amount, $67.2 million was for Flint Hill Elementary, and the remaining $18.1 was for Flint Hill Middle School. So every week, as we have construction pay apps, we're reviewing those and making the decision if we have enough collected to go ahead and use the impact fee funds to pay those. But to date, we've now collected unit-wise on single-family units of 2,960 and multifamily of 2,204. So we have exceeded 5,000 units under our current impact fee, 5,164 units. Total collections for October were $575,000, and November to date, we collected on $392,000. We've had a few larger days of the multifamily permits, as I mentioned. So we're seeing some. We went through a period where I did not see a lot of townhome condos permitted, and I have seen more of that lately on a couple of developments. As far as the financial audit, Green Finney Cawley has completed the audit. The report is, I would say, 99% final. And as I had shared with you, there is a delay in issuing the final report due to the time period of the federal shutdown. And the federal government has not released what they call the OMB compliance supplement, what has to do with audit of federal funds. And so our audit firm, like all audit firms, cannot issue the final report. The State Department has sent us notification in writing that they will accept a draft to meet the December 1st deadline if the federal government has not issued the final compliance supplement. We will proceed with that if we need to. David Phillips, the audit partner on our engagement, he will be here at your January meeting as he normally is to formally report out on the audit and answer any of your questions at that time. But hopefully things will move forward now and we will be able to issue the report and have that to you by the break, the holiday break. Any questions on the financial audit? Okay, just want to briefly mention, I had shared with you, but for the benefit of the public, in regards to the RFA, that's the South Carolina Revenue and Fiscal Affairs Office report, it was issued on October 15th. That is a report to review the state aid to classroom educational funding law or mechanism. It was issued to comply with state law proviso 1.3, which required this review. The focus of that report was really twofold. One, it was to review some of the weightings, which has to do with certain student categories that align with additional funding to districts. So it was a detailed review of the weightings in the formula. It was also examining the alignment and the distribution methodologies between, significantly between traditional school districts and charter school districts. It has 9 recommendations. I have heard 2 different people speak on this who worked very closely with Frank Rainwater's staff in the RFA office. I've heard Ryan Bailey speak on that. He's with SCASA. And I've heard Melanie Jeanette, who's the executive director of the School Business Officials Group that I'm a member of. I've heard her speak on these 9 recommendations. But a couple of key ones I think we will start watching is the plan, or the recommended plan, is to reduce the number of categories. So they want to do away with several categories and roll those into just more of a general weighting. They want to pull out career and technology equipment funding, which was an interesting piece. And they do have a plan for modifying the charter school funding and pulling it out. That will mean pulling their funding out separately as well. But we think that will be an improvement over the current methodology and the way the formula works now. The other piece that I'm going to watch very closely is, if you remember when this went into effect 4 years ago, it had a hold harmless clause, but it really did not truly work as a hold harmless after year 1. It was not a fixed amount, and we received hold harmless funding, but only that first year, and then it started decreasing. The hold harmless year was fiscal year 21-22. They are now, in this recommended plan, proposing that the hold harmless year be bumped up to either fiscal year 25 or even next year, fiscal year 26. And so we will start watching that. We'll watch the wording of that. All 9 recommendations could be adopted by the House and Senate. None could be adopted, or somewhere in between. I have heard that Frank Rainwater's office has run projections if all 9 were adopted, and that 49 districts would see an increase in funding and 26 would see a decrease in funding. But those projections have not been sent out to us yet, so I do not know which category we're in. But we will continue to keep you updated as we hear more about it, because I think this will be a very big item as we come back in January and the General Assembly comes back and the state budget starts going through the House and Senate. This will be a very big item that they will be discussing. So just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware. I'm very interested to see these projections and really understand what the impact could be for us and how that might impact us in our budget for next year.
Did you see anything specific about the categories of weightings? Because I know that's been one of our biggest challenges, is the way the weightings have worked.
I know that they basically are going to shift to only having 1 potential add-on weighting, where they have 4 now. They're only going to have poverty, and it will be at the additional 1.5. But they are going to do away with some of the other lower weightings, but they're going to shift to where now a regular classroom student would get funded at a 1.0 allocation. They're going to fund it at a 1.1. So they're not diminishing the full pot per se, but they are just rolling up, like we've seen them do some times in the past. They're going to roll up some of those weightings and try to have less weightings. And one of the reasons that I heard that was stated is that that will hopefully reduce the chance of just some keying errors. We've talked a lot about how now we are very dependent on every other district in the state reporting accurately. And these weightings, if they are coded incorrectly, can be significant in determining where funding goes across the state. And so the recommended report addresses that and basically is trying to reduce any chance of error in the reporting of student enrollment data, less chance of error across the state.
And
a
there's
question.
something with like CTE being pulled out.
And CTE was just something, and I do not know yet exactly why they pinpointed that one.
Yeah.
But pulling out CTE equipment funding separately out of the formula, which is an interesting one to pull out individually.
But it is unique equipment that isn't applied to every student, right? I mean, think about all the stuff we have in the automotive tech and all the stuff we just set up in the new salon, I can't think of what it's called.
Cosmetology.
Program, right? I mean, those
Yes.
are significant costs that only go towards very small populations, so.
Correct. So I think that we'll see, or we'll have a lot better idea once we start receiving some preliminary numbers of what these recommendations would mean. It's just impossible to estimate the way the formula works now on the proportionate share basis.
Was there something else also that I read that, talking about proportionate share and estimating, because it changes throughout the year? Was there something else
Correct.
about not?
Oh, yes. So one of the, thank you for mentioning that, Christy. One of the recommendations is that once the allocations are sent to districts, they will be based on the prior year 135-day counts. And they will not change at the 45th day and the 135th day until the next year. So that will, where we have voiced a lot of concern statewide about the difficulty in our local school boards passing a budget, and then we get to the 45th day and everything gets reallocated, and there are districts losing significant amounts of funding. And so this would lock us down for that year, and you would pass a budget knowing what the amount is. But there would also, in part of the wording, it also says there would be some additional funding for growth, meaning increase in student populations could generate an additional amount, the way that we're understanding it right now.
That'd be helpful.
But just to clarify, you're saying that these are recommendations of a committee
Correct.
that is going to
Well-
report to our friends in Columbia, and then
Correct.
they will make decisions.
Yes.
Maybe by May.
Yes.
And we are going to start working on budget in January.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And we, in the two groups where I have heard this presented, that was brought up, and everyone is saying, you know, especially the estimates, we really need to see something as soon as possible, just to start giving us some idea of what we may be
Be nice.
working with for the next year's budgets.
Helpful.
Helpful.
Okay, so good job on wordsmithing, by the way. Keying error.
Keying error.
That was good. So if I understand this correctly, currently, there's different tiers of weightings.
Correct.
And they're looking to reconcile that to all one, just based on poverty.
Yes.
Wouldn't that,
Well, special ed would still be its own.
okay,
It's still going to have the 2.60 weighting.
okay,
So you would have regular classroom students 1.1 now instead of 1.0. You would have special ed, and you would have poverty as an add-on weighting.
so wouldn't we fall in the category of losing funds?
Well,
Most likely.
most likely,
Well,
but
especially because there currently is also a waiting for GT.
Right.
And
Correct.
it's higher than 1.1, so if that drops down, I have to guess it would not.
Yeah,
go
we'll
well in
take
our
the
favor.
1.1.
I'm
but
just,
I don't-
I'm hopeful with the charter school problem hopefully being improved, pulling them out of the formula, that might help us.
Okay.
Not necessarily help us gain, but maybe help us not lose as much.
Right, no, relative to other traditional districts, maybe lose, but gain if the pot available traditional is larger.
Correct.
Got it. Cool.
But I will keep you updated as I learn more. That's in a nutshell what I know at this point, after hearing this briefly twice now. Okay?
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's up next? Oh, Dr. Wakesness, talk to us about our report card.
So this is one of my favorite presentations of the year when we get to talk about our school report card. So in a previous meeting, we updated you on our standardized testing data from last school year, and tonight we get to actually talk about the report card, which was recently released from the state. So as you know, and as you'll hear tonight, we have so much to be proud of in our district. It is clear that we are a leader in our state when it comes to academic excellence. Before we get into the details of the report cards, I do want to take a moment to thank everyone involved because this is the outcome of the work of so many people. It starts right here with the leadership of our board, so thank you all for your unwavering support for our schools, making sure that we have the adequate number of teachers and support positions way above adequate. We are so lucky and thankful to you all for the support you provide with that. Every department in the district has a key part in educating our students, from our custodians, our maintenance folks, our student nutrition staff, transportation, and everybody in between. It really is a team effort. We also need to, of course, thank our teachers, our principals, our counselors, and everyone that works directly with our students. Of course, we'd also be remiss not to thank our families for the importance that they place on education in their homes. We all know education starts at home, and we are so fortunate that our community places such a value on education. And last, but of course not least, I want to say thank you to all of our students. Thank you for the work you do in our school every day. It always amazes me when I get to go to a school to see the work that our students are doing. So we'll get started. This first slide just kind of talks about the purpose of the accountability system. And basically what it boils down to is it is designed to ensure and promote high levels of learning for all students. There's really two accountability systems that we work under, and part of it is the state accountability system, and then also the federal accountability system. So some bullet points up there about the state accountability system. Schools get ratings, districts do not. All of our numbers are reported, but we don't get a district rating like the schools do. It's based on a 100-point scale. You see the rating indexes up there, and it's interesting, online report cards, that's a given now, but back in the day it was not. So that's part of the actual law that it has to be reported online. And all that has to flow up to the federal law. So our state submits, I guess, an application or a proposal to the federal government saying how we're going to meet as a state all the requirements of federal accountability. So you see some information up there that is specific to the federal laws. So you have seen this slide before, but now it has new numbers. This is my favorite slide. If I was able to, and I had the ability to make the accountability system for the entire state, I really think this would be it. You see when our students enter kindergarten, 59% of them last year were considered kindergarten ready, and that's through the KRA assessment. And then by second grade, the On Track for Success metric, we have about 72% of our students meeting where they should be. And then all the way up to college and career ready when they graduate, and our graduation rate of 95.9%, which is, as you'll hear, it was the highest in the state. I'll give you a sneak preview. If you remember last year, we fell down to number 2 among traditional districts, but we have reclaimed the top spot for graduation rate. So we're excited about that. And I'm gonna call up Matt to take it away from here.
Thank you and good evening. Here we can see that the overall ratings are broken down into 5 different categories from excellent to unsatisfactory. We do want to point out, and we point this out to all stakeholders, that the average rating is a school's performance meets the criteria to ensure all students meet the profile of the South Carolina graduate. So that means that really, if you get an average rating in any of the indicators or your overall rating, you are kind of meeting the needs of all of your students. It's anything above that that would be going above and beyond to meet the needs of your students. So with that being said, we actually don't have any average schools this year, which is great. This is the first time in my tenure as coordinator of assessment and accountability that we haven't had any average schools. We moved all of our schools to excellent or good ratings for the 24-25 report cards. So great news there. You can see the kind of the outline of what the report card looks like there. The green arrow is pointing to the overall ratings for the schools. Again, districts don't receive ratings, but the schools all have their own ratings out of 100 total points. At the bottom, you can see some tiles there for the different indicators, and that's what we're going to take you through today. I'll take you through a few, and then Renee will come up to finish out for us. So our first indicator is the academic achievement indicator, and this one is really just continuing that tradition of excellence here that we have in Fort Mill. This is taking into account ELA and math for elementary schools and middle schools. This is out of 35 points, and then high schools get 25 points for this indicator. And it really just breaks down to the amount of students that are scoring proficient on SC Ready or the English 2, it should say, and Algebra 1 EOC exams. So really all the scores counted from 2024 and 25. It used to be just the graduating cohort, but now they're including all EOC scores. And really, again, just like I said, continuing that tradition of excellence where we had, for the first time in several years, all schools rated excellent in this indicator. And we did see ELA scores jump up across the state, and we weren't immune to that. We saw some ELA increases, and I think that's what contributed to all schools rating excellent here. Preparing for success is our next indicator, and this is determined by student scores in science and at the elementary level in grades 4 and 6 and middle school level, and then in US history and biology for the EOCs. So last year, we did not have any ratings for elementary schools and middle schools for science because of the new science standards and the new test that was given. So this year was really the first year where the new test was given and we were rated by the results of that test. So I did see a little bit of a decrease here overall in science, but we're looking forward to implementing some new things and getting those scores back up. So all schools rated excellent, good, or average in this indicator. Then our next one is one that we're really proud of every year. It's our multilingual learners, and this one is determined by students that are making progress on the access tests. And a school really has to have a population to make sure that this indicator is counted on the state report card for them. So a population of 20 or more students assessed on the access tests for English proficiency in reading, writing, listening, and speaking. So Amber Smith and our ESOL teachers do a great job of growing these students, and it is a moving target each year. That I kind of put that as an asterisk there. The growth target keeps changing on us. I think the federal government keeps coming back to the Education Oversight Committee and lets them know that they need to change some things each year to make it compliant with everything. So it is a little bit of a moving target, but overall we're doing really well. We had 14 out of 20 schools that were rated on this indicator, and all 14 schools were rated excellent, good, or average. And our 63.8% of our ML, our multilingual learners in the district, was well above the state average of 38.2%, making progress. And school climates is another indicator that is included in the ratings for elementary schools and middle schools. It's worth 10 points, and then high schools it's worth 5 points. And this one, you can see some of the formulas there. I always like to show this because it is not very straightforward. It is a lot of calculus involved. They do some weightings with the different questions that are asked on the teacher and student surveys that everyone gets at the end of the year. Really, all of our stakeholders are given the opportunity to weigh in on different questions, and the results are tabulated with the formulas that you can see there. We do have a mandatory participation rate of 80%, so I'd like to give credit to our survey coordinators at each school because our teachers are at 91.2% participation, and then our students are at 90.2%. So it takes a lot of work to get that participation rate up, but we're always well exceeding the mandated state average there, or state participation rate. So with all those calculations, we kind of we have these results, and I'm able to share that with some of the different departments. I've shared information about maintenance and custodial work that's done. So all of our stakeholders really have input into all those things. Safety concerns are shared with Rich Todd and his group. So really a lot of this information is valuable to us, and really all departments can benefit from the results of this survey and the answers to those survey questions. So with the results of that, we have 14 out of our 20 schools receiving a rating of good or excellent in that school climate indicator. And with that, Renee's going to come up to talk about student progress and the rest of the indicators.
Okay, thank you. So as Matt said, the next indicator is student progress. It's worth 35 points, and this shows the growth of our students on SC Ready, ELA, and math from grades 3 through 8. And as you can see, 10 out of our 17 elementary and middle schools received ratings of good or excellent, and this indicator does not apply to our high schools. This is also quite a complicated calculation, but we're very proud of the progress. And also with student progress on the report card, they do show how well some of our subgroups perform on their student progress. And you can see here we have from 2022 up to 2025. And just looking at each subgroup from 24 to 25, all of them increased or maintained where they were from last year, which I think is a celebration. But if you're looking at the same numbers I am, the one that jumps out at me is at the biggest celebration up here from 2022. Our students with disabilities were at 40.2%. And I forgot to say, this number represents the percentage of points that these subgroups earned on this category. So what percent of the 35 points did they get? That's what these numbers mean. So students with disabilities were at 40.2 in 2022, and now in 2025, up to 52.3. I think that is excellent. And again, I think it is a true testament to the resources that you all have allowed our schools to put in place to help these students. The other one that Matt already shared, the celebration with our multilingual learners, you can see their growth is at 61.8%. So their growth is even more than our all students group. So again, another celebration for that subgroup. The next indicator is graduation rate. As you saw on Mike's slide, our graduation rate is every year just very remarkable, and we did reclaim first place, and we're very proud of that. But it's worth 19 points. Of course, it's just our high schools only, but we'll probably say this many times in this presentation. Graduation rate is not how well our high schools do. It's how well all of our schools do from K-12. They just get all the points for it. But it does track our students from the first year in high school to the fourth year in high school. To remove a student from the denominator is quite difficult because if a student leaves our district and we don't know where they went, they're still in our denominator and they didn't graduate with us, so they do count against us. So it is amazing that we're still have such a high percentage rate. So we take that rate and we convert it to points, and then if you have a 90% rate, you get an excellent rating, and we are super proud that all 3 of our high schools received an excellent rating. Looking at this data over time, again, there it is, reclaimed the #1 rank in the state for traditional districts. And the blue line represents the state graduation rate, and the orange line is our graduation rate. As you can see, we've definitely maintained in the mid 95% for a bit of time. Right this year at 95.9, so close to getting back up into 96, but super proud of those numbers and being just over 9% higher than the state average. And again, this is a K-12 outcome. The next indicator is college and career readiness, and this again is high school only. To be college ready, there are several things that you could do. One is a 20 on the ACT, a 1020 on SAT, but next year that number is going up to a 1040. 3 or higher on an AP exam, and 6 hours of a dual credit course earning a C or higher. And it says dual credit, but they are very specific dual credit courses that count for college ready, and that the picking of those courses comes from the Education Oversight Committee.
Are those ands or ors?
This is ORs, so for college or career ready,
But
college or career ready is what counts for the metric.
But in order to be college ready, it's any of those bullets.
Oh, yes, any, yes, or, thank you very much. Same thing for career ready, it's or, and it's really or from either side because it's college or career ready. So yes, good question. So career ready, 31 or higher on ASVAB, level 3 on the career assessment. You could be a CTE completer with the national credential, participate in a state-approved work-based learning experience, or earn the employability credential for our students with disabilities. And again, super proud to say that all 3 of our high schools received excellent rating on this. We were at 89.9% of our graduates being college or career ready. Matt's big joke has always been when it gets to 90%, he's retiring. But now the new goal is on this next slide. On the next slide after this, sorry. This is longitudinal data. I'll show you what the new goal is. And it's always been our goal. But this, like you were asking about college ready or career ready, it does on the report card show both of those metrics, and then it shows the or. So the bottom line is what counts for the metric, but they do report on all of the others, and I think you can see very clearly here that all of these numbers have definitely increased from when they started doing this in 2021 to be up to 89.9. So now to talk about the goal, and it's always been our goal that if our students are graduating from high school, we want them to be college or career ready. And we really feel like they are, but we just need to align what we're doing with what the state is looking for. And as you can see, the bottom line is the blue line is the CCR metric, and the top line is our grad rate. And you can see that gap is definitely closing, which I think is super exciting. So now Matt can't retire until the blue line matches the orange line. Few years, yeah. And then the final metric is the high school student success rate, and there are two things that are calculated here. It's worth 12 points. 6 points are for on track to graduate, and this year on the report card, this kind of rolled in. The first year on track to graduate and second year on track to graduate count this year. Third year on track to graduate will count next year, so last year was only the first year. So our freshmen and sophomores count this year, and to be on track to graduate, you must have 6 credits, with one of those credits being in English and one of them being in math. Successful, earning the credit, not just taking the class. And then the 5-year student success rate measures the successful outcome of our students after the 5th year. So that time, GEDs can count or diplomas after 5 years. And again, super proud, all 3 high schools rated excellent on this. You can see our percentages for first year on track is 94.2. Second year, 93.5, and our 5-year, super exciting, 5-year student success rate is 97%, and that number, of all those numbers, is the highest in the state. All righty, and some more successes that Mike's going to share with you.
So it's hard to pull out some successes because there's so many. It's hard to highlight them, I guess I should say. So some of the successes on this page we talked about earlier with our kindergarten readiness, and then our first grade and graduating up to to graduating high school. So some of the ones I do want to point out that from 2024, our graduating cohort, about 76% went on to enroll in college. That could be a 4-year university, that could be a 2-year college, but those are the students that are continuing their educational career at a post-secondary institution. Percentage of students enrolled in dual enrollment courses, we have had a big increase with that. We have about 27% of our students enrolled in at least one dual enrollment course, and usually one is 2 because they take 2 at a time. Our dropout rate, so that's a little bit different from graduation rate, but our dropout rate of 0.6%, where the state dropout rate is 2.1%. Really exciting, our teachers returning from the previous year, it went up, it was slightly, but we'll take any increase that we have. So 90.5% of our teachers returning from their previous year. Our teacher attendance rate, 92.2%. So looking at our data in virtually every category, we are number 1, 2, or 3 in the state. Usually it's number 1 in the state. As you can tell, we're very proud of that, and we'd like to benchmark ourselves against the state. And I'll also show you on the subsequent slides how we compare nationally. There's not a whole lot of metrics you can compare nationally, but there are some, so we'll talk about those. 89.7% of our students scored a 3 or higher on AP exams. We had 2,633 AP exams taken. We were the highest rated district in SE Ready for ELA and math. In our high schools, we had the highest average passing rate in 3 of the 4 EOC tested subjects when compared to other traditional high schools. We were number 2 in algebra. When we say traditional high schools, I think you all know what we're talking about, but if anyone in the public does not, that is usually taking out the governor schools, which students apply to go to from across the state. So when we say traditional high school, that doesn't mean like traditional old-fashioned old school teaching. There is some of that, which is a good thing, but we're talking about not comparing us to schools that are not regular public schools. So how do we compare nationally? That's always a question. It's really hard in elementary and middle school to know that because there's not a lot of assessments that are the same from state to state. But there is some high school data when we look at our AP scores and we look at SAT and ACT. So you can see on this chart, we far exceed the averages in South Carolina and the national averages in pass rate for AP courses. Of all the courses up here, we far exceeded those averages except for one where we tied the state, and we were ahead a little bit of the national average, so very excited to see this data of our AP results. Our SAT, our average SAT score was a 1089 compared to the state average of 1009 and then a 1029 national average. One thing I do want to point out here, we had almost 93% of the graduating cohort take the SAT, which is amazing. Our goal is to get as many kids as possible to take it. Typically, when you have more students taking the SAT, your score is going to go down a little bit, but that's okay because we want the students to have the opportunity and take the SAT. So we're excited with our results. I think we're really excited with the amount of students that we have taking the exam. So that was about a 30% increase from the previous year.
And it's over the 1040 that's the next year's requirement.
Yes, yep. ACT, this is data from our graduating seniors from last year. You see their average composite score was a 22.7, well above both the state and national average. And then our niche rankings, very excited about this. This is one of the ways that we kind of look at our district and compare it to other districts. We were ranked in the top 1% of districts nationwide again. We were ranked number 91 out of 10,394 districts nationwide. So I think that is remarkable. Of course, we were rated the best district in South Carolina, York County, the Charlotte area, the top 4% of best places to teach in America. So just really excited with our results from Niche. They have a pretty complex methodology of how they rank these. There's lots of different, I guess, companies or organizations that do ratings like these, and I think this is probably the most comprehensive that I've seen. So that's why you hear us talk about the Niche ratings quite a bit. And again, just to end off on this last slide to show the progression of our students as they go through our district. So at this time, I will entertain any questions you may have about our report card.
I just want to say, Mr. Young, Dr. Wakesness, I just want to say to you, phenomenal job.
Thank you.
As a board member, I'm glad to be a part of this with you all. And as a dad or a parent, I'm extremely happy to be a part of this district. And I see what you all put in, day out. What's been wonderful to see here, even as we continue to ascend over the years. I mean, I think last year we were, 120th or something like that? The year before we were, 170th or something like that, or 210. And to see this here, you're exhibiting the best version of yourself. So we are proud to be a part of the school district.
Thank you.
We'll continue to be, period.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think the school spotlight was a perfect lead into this because it was great to see that natural progression that they showed on that one slide. It truly is a testament to the families, to especially the students, the hardworking students that we have, but the amazing staff and the leadership that's here tonight, you know. And don't forget about Dr. Epps. I know he's probably home watching this with a bucket of popcorn, right? You know, where, you know, as he does with all school board meetings. But, you know, appreciate the leadership that's in this room right now. That really sets the tone for this high expectation. Amazing to see it, and you can see progressively, you know, at the earlier grades, you know, the gap between where we are and other schools like ours, you know, I mean, it's a little bit closer, and then you start looking at these AP exam scores, and the gap is massive, you know, and that just shows the natural progression of what we're doing in the district. I have one question on one slide, just for clarification, and I've said this before. The principal in me sees all these results, and the first thing that I want to do is, what can I fix, right? If there's anything in there that sort of I think is an area that we can work on. But it's a question first, is the climate slide. Is the 14 out of 20, is that the other 6 schools didn't meet the mandatory requirements, or the other 6 schools did not perform good or excellent?
The second one.
Okay. That was just, because some of the slides showed that we didn't qualify for that area, so I just didn't know if it was one or the other.
And I think with that one too, it's a little more difficult because we try to impress upon the students how important the school climate survey is, but we are kind of at the mercy of how serious they may take it that given day when they take the survey. So that is a challenging one.
So what jumps out to me is that bottom one right there, the kindergarten readiness. This number has gone up every single year. And what I'm most excited about is the vision for that number. With the new 4K program that we have coming to a school district near you, right? So that number right there is about to explode, which I feel like is going to just cast the vision for all these other numbers to follow suit. Now I understand we have kids come in mid their educational experience, all that stuff, good, cool. But for the kids that are going to start here and finish here, this is going to be absolutely transformative. And we're going to stay at that number one spot because of the leadership and the vision that has come into play. What did jump out to me, so I share the sentiment as Mr. Bodie said, as a parent in the district, like this is just absolutely, it's a really great thing to be a part of, right? Like it's a really great thing to be a part of. I know one of the speakers who spoke during public participation said this is like the reason why we moved here was the schools. And it's the reason why everybody moved here. So what jumped out to me, and I want to hone in on this, and I want to go down to that indicator student progress, ELA and math, 35 points slide. And I want to say this, but I want to preface it with, we have, Mr. Young has an initiative literally for this that's not really reflecting in these numbers yet. But this one stuck out to me. If we look at pupils in poverty, 2022, 47.2, 2023 pops up. Everything pops up in 23. Everything, that's like a stellar year here.
Good vintage.
Yeah. Yeah. So then we're coming down to 45.9 and 24 and it stayed there. So we've kind of seen that, we're seeing that flat line. When I see the gap between students with disabilities and pupils in poverty, help me understand where we're missing that.
Well, I think one of the things to know is in our strategic plan, goal area 4 is focused on pupils in poverty. And we're going to have a renewed effort on identifying challenges that exist with our students living in poverty and ways that we can address those gaps. I know that is one of Mr. Young's focus areas. So I think we need to investigate that. I know they started at the high school level with Tony Carey with going to schools, and this is really LaToya's heading this part up, but finding out what students are involved in what, how many of our students are involved in what, and then looking to see how does that impact their grade and their performance, and then figuring out which segments of our student populations are not involved and what can we do about that to get them involved. We had a hunch that when students are not involved, they're not going to do as well in school, and I think that's what the preliminary data is showing. So that's kind of one of the ways that we are addressing it. I think you heard earlier with the teacher clarity piece when Riverview was up here. One of the things that we're really talking about is getting extremely clear on what it is students need to learn and having the students make sure they understand that. And I think that's one of the ways that's going to help all of our students. And as a result of that, helping our students in poverty as well.
Got it. Thank you.
Isn't that also that big jump between 24 and 25 is when we put in coaches for the teachers of those students? Like they had
the students with disabilities, the special ed coaches, yes.
So we had special ed coaches to help those
Yes.
teachers help those students.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I don't know if that's why there's a jump, but
I think that certainly contributes to it.
I think
for sure.
probably helped.
Yes.
And Joe, I just wanted to say, we have a committee of district office personnel. We call it the Closing the Achievement Gap Committee, that we've met several times, looking at ways to use that superintendent's money, that first year superintendent's money, and all of that is going to that goal 4 in the strategic plan, which is pupils in poverty. We're looking at trying to put as much money and as much resources as we can. We're looking at high intense tutoring. We're looking at all kinds of things. Tony Carey's project. So we're going to put a lot of effort into that because that's a number we really want to see go up.
Great.
Certainly.
And I think it's continues to be impressive how the SAT continues to increase on a large number of students.
Certainly.
It's impressive.
I think when we have that many students taking it, and we still have great results, that's a wonderful thing.
Do you have ratings where we line up against the governor schools?
We do. I don't know them off the top of my head. I think they beat us in a couple categories, and we outscored them in a couple categories. But
Very good if you're
Close.
yeah, but when they are ahead of us, it's not by a whole lot. And those are, as a reminder, I know you know this, but those are students that apply from all over the state to go to the school.
Well, and I think their curriculum setup is very different
Right.
than what a traditional public education looks like.
Certainly.
From the courses that they're required to take and everything else.
Yeah.
So it's really not even, it is, it's completely apples and oranges, and
Right.
it's not a fair comparison.
Certainly.
Along those lines, do charter schools do the same report cards?
No.
Depends on who they're aligned with.
I mean, I would just, again, it would be interesting to compare. I don't know if charter schools have higher graduation rates, have higher ACT completions, ACT scores. I don't know.
I think the only ones that are required to have the same
Like EOCs and
scorecards, if you
things,
will,
yeah.
are the ones that are sponsored by school districts, which are few and far between. The rest
Okay.
of them are
Interesting.
Erskine, or however you say that, Erskine.
Erskine
whatever.
College or
And,
Limestone
and
or
some
not
of the
anymore.
others, and
Yeah.
they're not held to the same standards, because ask some of our friends in Columbia, that's what makes them so great, is they shouldn't have to have those standards. I disagree, but that's my opinion.
Wonderful job, Fort Mill School District.
Thank you.
Wonderful job.
I want to say one more thing real quick. We have a lot of students in here. I'm not sure if they're here for Tuesday night entertainment or probably a class, but you are in a wonderful school district, and I want to thank y'all for all of your hard work that you put in each and every day. I want to thank our teachers who are on the front line each and every day, our district office administrators. They work so hard. But I want to send a special thank you to our principals that are sitting in this room today, because I have never seen a group of people that are constantly looking for ways to improve, and they are all in about making sure that their students are successful. So thank y'all.
And it's funny to the students, you're probably going to find this is harder than it's going to be when you get to college.
Yes.
Because this is what you know. And every student that I've talked to that's ended up going off to college, they thought this was normal. This is not normal. This is an excellent school district. And when they get to college, they're shocked that their classes may not even be as hard. So
It's almost like that progression, middle school. I can remember when my boys were middle school, the battles because of homework and this and that and the rest of it. And then they get to high school, and the homework and the rest of it was nothing compared to what they had in middle school. And then they go to college and they're like, wow, really? And I was actually talking with Mr. Scroggs earlier today. My oldest is doing a master's program in education, and he did not have kind words to say about it, because he felt like many of the people that were participating in the program were lackluster. That's the nicest word I could come up with. So you really do have an incredible opportunity, and you will be so well set up when it comes to whatever your next step looks like, whether it's life, it's military, it's college, it doesn't matter. The setup and what you have received here will set you up for the rest of your lives, and you don't even realize it. You just do it.
you'll think back to that boring Tuesday night you had to sit
Right?
right.
This
They were
amazing
right.
Tuesday
I was gonna ask, are you guys required to stay here for the whole meeting?
Yeah, we're sorry.
Oh, bummer.
You picked a fun one too.
Yeah.
All right.
Y'all picked a good one.
With that in mind.
If the teacher's here, they can watch the rest of it on YouTube. I mean, it's being broadcast.
All right, so we do have a couple more agenda items. Let's move on. Next up, we're going to talk about some dual credit pathways. Dr. Whitman.
Certainly. So I said the last topic was my favorite of the year, but this is going to be a very close second. As you know, as a district, we've been working on adding as many different opportunities for our students to access high-level rigorous courses. We've been able to add many dual credit courses over the last few years, and tonight we're going to talk about some pathways where we are working towards a target. When we added courses over the last few years, it was kind of a, hey, this would be a great class for our students, let's add it. This is a course that USCL can offer us, let's add it. But we didn't really have an end goal in mind, so we are going to try to align that with these new pathways. So you've received a copy of the presentation in the board packet, and you also have a folder that Dr. Scroggs gave you, I believe, at the beginning of the meeting with some additional information that we are going to reference this evening. So before we get into the details, a couple high-level things. Each of these new proposed programs, there's going to be 3 of them. Tonight, we're just giving you the information, and then at the next meeting, we'll ask for hopeful approval. But each of these programs will require students to spend half of their day at the college campus. So they will spend half their day at their high school, and then half the day at USCL, Winthrop, or York Tech, depending on the program. It is a 2-year program. It'll take their junior year and senior year. However, if we do get approval for next year, we would offer it to seniors. Of course, they wouldn't be able to complete the program because they only have 1 year, but they would certainly get a good head start on college. 2 of the programs will lead to an associate's degree when students graduate from high school, and 1 will allow students to earn 36 college credit hours. That's at Winthrop University. They don't have associate's degrees, and the way they set up their program, they would not have as many classes, so it will not be as many credit hours. So as you will hear tonight, and I want to say this multiple times, these programs are not for everyone. These are, some students will be qualified for this, but they may not want to take it because they don't want to leave their school for half the day, and that's certainly fine. And some students may not really be at the level yet to spend half their day at a college campus. They may not be mature enough, or they might not have the grades or the work ethic that they're going to need to succeed. So we want to say from the get-go that this is not for everybody for sure. We also probably have some students that will want to get in and that will qualify to get in, but we will not have enough seats. So we're going to talk all about that as we go through the presentation as well. We still plan to offer all the dual credit courses we currently offer at our schools and at York Tech. So this would be something in addition, set program pathways in addition to what we already offer. So this slide and the next slide, you've seen this before from Dr. Scroggs, but some of the ways that dual credit classes help our students, getting a taste of college, boosting their college readiness skills, maybe help discover their passions. They will certainly get a boost in their GPA if they do well with the dual credit weighting. They will earn college credit. They will be college students. They will get to participate in going to a college for half of their day. They'll get the same benefits that a college student will at the school, like getting into sporting events at Winthrop or whatever it may be. It's going to save a lot of time and a lot of money. I know some families will be very happy to hear that. It will bolster their college resumes, getting into whichever college they want to go to after they finish high school, if that's their plan. So lots of great benefits for our students. So where are we now with dual credit and AP? You have seen this slide before, so this is nothing new, but I wanted to talk about it before we get into the details because I think it's important. One of the cautions, I guess, when we started adding these courses was, is it going to damage our AP programs? Because that's always a concern. And our data over time has just shown that not to be true at all. We've had a huge increase in students taking AP courses. We've seen a huge increase on students passing the AP exams, or a pretty big increase. I don't know if I'll call that huge, but a nice increase. And then you see the explosion in dual credit classes that our students have taken and have done extremely well with a 99.3% pass rate for the 23-24 school year. And we estimate that we saved, our families have saved almost $700,000 in college tuition just in the 2023-2024 school year. Most of the programs, or the 2 programs we have now, that's covered with lottery funds. So as long as a student is a South Carolina resident and has been for at least a year, I think it is, they get their tuition covered if they take 2 dual credit classes a semester. So that'll be a little bit different with Winthrop, and we'll talk about that when we get to it. So who is our target audience? And there's two main target audiences, I would say, with this. Students who know they're going to college and want to get a head start. They are ready for the rigorous work and the challenge of a dual credit pathway. And then also students who are honors students already, AP students wanting to extend their learning and get that jump onto college courses. So I will turn this over to Dr. Scroggs, and he'll take you through some of the details.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So these are the partners that Dr. Wakeson's mentioned. These are our traditional partners, but we're looking at expanding that partnership with USC Lancaster, Winthrop University, and York Tech. Want you to see what that looks like because they're very different programs offering different things for our students. So again, different choices for our families, and it's something that's going to have to be made individually based off of their interest and plans and the ability to get in. So first and foremost, all of these are limited seats. Winthrop has given us 25 seats, 60 seats at York Tech. That's 30 in the morning cohort and 30 in an afternoon cohort. And then USEL has given us 24 seats. Both Winthrop and USEL would be morning cohorts. We really wanted everything in the morning to ensure that students that participate in athletics or band or extracurriculars, things at the end of the day, we wanted them to have the ability to get back, but rather than turn down the ability to get 30 more seats, we said, we'll look for 30 kids that can end their day at York Tech. So tuition is something that is charged by Winthrop. Basically, they've given us the option of $10,000 a class, 3 classes a semester, so 6 classes a year, $60,000 in tuition just for that cohort of 25 kids. If we paid double that, if we had 120,000, we could have 50 kids. But to start off with our first go-round, we're going to try it with 25. We have had the principals have committed themselves to this, and they have offered up their own money to help fund this, and the district's going to help meet them halfway on covering that tuition for this first cohort of students going through at Winthrop University. Both York Tech and USEL get lottery funds, so if they meet residency requirements, tuition is paid for those programs. In all cases, the students are traveling. These are no longer what we're talking about, those a la carte offerings offered on our campuses, but rather students will travel to Rock Hill or to the Indian Land campus for USEL. So right there, if you go down Doby's Bridge Road where it empties out onto 521, the old Indian Land High School campus, they've converted their auto tech into a 3-classroom, very nice classroom building, and that's where they would be offering theirs. Textbooks are, in all cases, even in our current a la carte offerings, are the student's responsibility. However, I have spoken to principals about when we have students in need. Obviously, that's something we try to support them in working with. In all situations, we feel like an application process is best. And we're going to look at that in specific because, as Dr. Wakeson said, we have limited seats. And we think demand is going to far exceed supply, so we need to make sure that there's a competitive process that rewards our students and looks at them in a holistic manner in terms of their selection. So down at the bottom, this is probably where the rubber meets the road. We have the Winthrop program is giving us 36 credit hours in basically what I like to call Gen Ed, things that are transferable. They're built around, all of these are built around something called the Carolina Core. Classes that should transfer throughout the whole of the Carolina college network. So whether you're going to Clemson or USC or College Charleston or Coastal Carolina, these courses should transfer to those universities. For the most part, there is a broad agreement on these. So 36 hours is a jump start at Winthrop University. There's no credential. It's just 36 college hours after you complete the 2-year program. If you're a senior, we're going to get half that. We're going to get 18 hours, but that's certainly nothing to turn your nose up at. They're getting a semester head start or more. York Tech and USEL are offering an associate's degree, an Associate of Arts, but again, we are looking at a Gen Ed curriculum that they can receive at York Tech. They'll give them a certificate after 30 hours, but they get the full associate's degree at 60 hours. Yes, ma'am.
I don't think you said this, maybe you did. The transportation to get to those is not a shuttle.
I haven't gotten there yet, but I'll be happy to address that now. So we looked at shuttles. There's a big problem with shuttles because these classes start before our traditional day. So at the earliest, they're starting at 8 a.m. At the latest, they're starting at 8:30. So our students, if we were to try to get a shuttle, they would have to get to the high school before. So really, they're still transportation dependent to get to the high school to then be shuttled. So we'd be saying, you know, it'd be a redundant problem. Likewise, you'd have to have 9 buses basically to take care of this, because 3 buses from each of the campuses, or they're picking up maybe at 5:30, 6 in the morning to get everybody and get them down there. But excellent question. I won't walk you through every single course, but just the grand overview of the Winthrop program. 9 credit hours basically each semester. There's a little bit of choice built in where students can select between ancient and medieval art or history from the Renaissance to present of an art history class. Likewise, they can choose between music après, which I think 99% of our kids are going to want. But as we've seen with our state championship band members and our excellent chorus, you could have some students that are interested in music theory. If they're going to be majors, they would be welcomed in that program. So that's what you're looking at, 9 hours. Again, 3 courses, and the way that divides is 2 courses on Monday, Wednesday, 1 course on Tuesday, Thursday, but they don't just cut the kids loose after that first course. They have a mandatory study hall during the other section of that to ensure that the students are receiving their support. Been tremendously impressed by how much Winthrop is putting on the table to support these kids, and their pass rate, not just pass rate, but their overall scores are absolutely excellent with the students that they have. So we feel like they're going to be successful if they meet the qualifications and are selected for this program. Changing gears to look at our first associate's degree. Again, the biggest difference here is the volume of courses that we are taking. They're 8-week courses, meaning you're going to take American government and quantitative reasoning for 8 weeks, and then you're going to transfer to 3 courses for another 8 weeks. And that's how they get that balance. In the first column, it's 16 hours because they add on top of that a college orientation class. They're giving us that for free because 15 hours is the max that the state will fund. But it's basically the same way as Winthrop supports them. York Tech wants to make sure it's a seamless transition, so they give them a high school 101 for college, if you will, to make sure they've got the study skills and know how to advocate for themselves. If they're having an issue with a professor, if they need supports for learning disability, they tell them where to start in that college orientation process. So you'll see there, it's basically 3 and 2 or 2 and 2 in that final semester because Spanish is actually going to have a 4-hour block. So that's how that kind of works out there. But ultimately, 60 hours, 61 if you count that college orientation, is going to get them an associate's degree. Now, USC Lancaster is working on a pathway very similar to what we just described. Their initial first attempt at it was what you see here, where they worked in the a la carte offerings we're currently offering on our campus. Dr. Wakes and I have been in communication with them, and they are putting together something that will be entirely new, similar to this pathway where it is things not offered, for the majority of them are not offered on our campus. USCL is going to have that version of this, and we should have that very shortly. What they put together on this first blush was mixing in things that we currently offer a la carte. English 101 is already articulated by them. Sociology, criminology, articulated by them, and so on and so forth. What you'll notice that's different is that they feel that students are best prepared when they have a multitude of methodologies for the instruction. They want students to take online courses, therefore they've mixed in summer classes to get to the 60 hours. So a lesser course load to begin with, but they want students to experience an online course. So they're asking that they take 1 or 2 courses the summer after 10th grade and the summer after 11th grade to get that to that total of 60. Even when I asked them to rework this a little bit to be more like the York Tech with all new offerings, they said they were really dedicated to making sure the students experience not just face-to-face, but online, because that's the experience of so many of our kids. So again, you see little differentiations between these 3 programs now. On a case-by-case basis, if a parent brought their child to me and said, which one's right for me, I think it's a personal decision based off of what you want your kid to experience. So the same thing in the second year there for USCL. All right, so you've seen the 30,000-foot view of what they look like. We just want to point out that, this is college credit. This is when the transcript starts. This is for transferability. Everything has been built to prepare these kids for a trajectory of a 4-year degree, basically. Or, they can, if an associate's is what they aspire to, they absolutely are welcome. All have access to this program. We sent out a survey as of Friday, and the numbers have continued to grow, but the proportions have stayed very similar. Our parents responded, and they don't know any of the courses. They just got a question of if you were looking at a dual credit pathway with Winthrop or an associate's degree, what would you be most interested in? Ironically, the program with the fewest seats, 25 for the entire district. We had the largest proportion of parents responding that they favored that. And then the next biggest proportion being they're interested in an associate's degree. And then very few, 41 respondents out of 600 said they weren't interested at all. Now, I've had discussions with parents that work around the district. They've already said anecdotally, it looks really good, but when the rubber meets the road, it's going to be a conversation with my child about, are you ready to give up half of your time at Catawba Ridge, Fort Mill, and Nation Ford to make this happen? And some immediately looked at their mom and dad and said no. So this is going to be something, again, that even if it's there and it looks attractive, it's something that they have to make a decision about, because they are going to miss the mornings of their senior year, the mornings of half the day. Spirit Week. That was one feedback I heard was, I can't give up Spirit Week my senior year. Well, that's a deciding factor for some folks.
Well, and it's not only being willing to give up, but also being ready to take on,
Absolutely.
right? I mean, I'm guessing all 340 don't fit that criteria.
No, ma'am. As a matter of fact, we think, and I'm getting ahead of myself here, but one of the biggest things is pending your approval, the first thing I'll launch into is having a parent night to really go through this at length with university partners to help families know. Before we ever put out an application, I want families to know, this is what I'm signing up for. This is what my child is committing to. And we'd really be committing to a 2-year program in all cases, but we will, for this first group, work in seniors so that they have the ability. All right, so who is eligible? Students with a 3.5 weighted GPA or higher. They must not have failed a course. You can't FA a course, fail due to attendance, because attendance matters. And in some cases at the college level, attendance can affect your grade. Miss a class, lose points. And that's not something they're used to. And miss more than just a couple classes, you fail at college. So there are very real consequences. What our college partners have indicated that the readiness level for math and English is Algebra 2 and English 3. Right now, that means probably a student coming out of middle school from the GT track where they would have had an accelerated in English 1 credit or an Algebra 1 credit. Our long-term goal is to provide acceleration that means that you don't have to be GT to get this. But that requires what we've already started, prepping our counselors to talk to rising 9th graders saying, if you're ever interested in this, if this is something that's a goal, we need to accelerate, and here's where we sign up for doubling up in English and doubling up in math, because we want to get that to be as inclusive as possible for all students. Of course, you have to satisfy university requirements, provide your transportation, as Chairwoman Spear said, and then pay for textbooks. And I put that little asterisk because I volunteered some of the principal's money there. They love when I do that. Selection process. This is Dr. Wakes and I have scrutinized this. We have had conversations with members of the OEC to see what we think would be best. And really, when I've talked to our partners, when I've talked to folks from Lancaster and Rock Hill and others who've already experienced this, they think we're going to have a different problem. A lot of them have put out programs and not been able to fill them. And we think we're going to have that opposite problem of what do we do with the logjam of talent that wants in when we have limited numbers. Because of that, we are saying that we are probably going to do a blind application, meaning that students will fill out an application where they're scored on GPA, an essay, a 2-page essay where they talk about their interest and commitment to the program, why it would be a good fit, how they would use it. Teacher recommendations. These would not be essays, because I would not ask our teachers to all of a sudden drop everything and write 1,200 essays if we're doing 2 per child. And then their behavior would impact it, that as you can see in the rubric that's in your packet, each incidence of OSS or ISS would be negative points scored out of a 50-point rubric. And then the overall professionalism of the application. So we would score students on a 0 to 50 in terms of their application and then rank them from there. Ties for qualifying scores would be broken by class rank because we feel like that would probably be the cleanest mechanism to do so. When we have talked to some of our other partners, they have mentioned that in some cases they just have a lottery of all students pass fail. If you meet the qualifications, you're in, and they do a lottery. But we see some problems with competitiveness of letting luck be the determinant factor for someone getting an advantage at getting that early crack.
I want to add in there too, with the rubric, it'll be a blind process like Dr. Schrog said, so we don't see the student's name at all. We've also talked about possibly having a team score each of the rubrics, each of the applications, which would take a lot longer, but it wouldn't be just one person or not even just two people looking at each application, but two teams of two people. So there's 4 people, and maybe come to a consensus score or an average score, just to add some safeguards in the process. We've talked with our lawyers, and they said that is very important in this process to make sure you have as many safeguards as possible, because I'm sure we'll have some people that want to get in that won't be able to, and they're not going to be happy about that. So we just want to have as many steps in there to safeguard any potential wrongdoing.
Excellent. Is this you, Dr. Waxis? Nope, this is still me, I think. Yep, I'm still on, sorry. Looking at the selection process, we talked about a couple of options. Students are selected from the program based off of their total score on that application. We also, as Dr. Wakes mentioned, or I mentioned before, the lottery based off of a pass-fail. We are leaning towards option A. We'd obviously take feedback if the board is very passionate one way or another. We would take that, but as he's mentioned, we've consulted with our lawyers trying to say, and basically they say either or is fine. You just need to document your process. And they said, unfortunately, there's no way to insulate yourself from criticism. There's no process we could create where families will be entirely happy if the answer was no. So
Yeah,
we're
so option A would be scoring each application, and then if we have 60 seats, taking the top 60 of the points on the application, and then if there's any ties, using class rank for a tiebreaker. Option B would be doing the same thing, but then putting them into a lottery. So we would set, I guess it's not the same thing, we would set a cut score, and we would review all the applications. They would get points, and let's just say 35 was our cut score. If they made a 35 or above, they would go into a lottery, and then just if you randomly got picked through a random lottery. Some districts do that, so we are kind of mulling back and forth on which option would be the best, but those are the differences between the two options.
Do we factor into this, and back to kind of some of our other report card things, our impoverished community and the idea behind that an associate's degree coming out of high school could mean a huge difference for a student in that arena, that another student, one of ours, may or may not need to take advantage of this that same way? Is there a factor where that's concerned?
So we did talk about that, and we thought about maybe weighting applications. So if they are a student living in poverty, giving them an extra point. We don't know. We kind of settled on for the first go round to possibly not do that, just to see how it plays out our first go through. That is a concern that we thought of as well. So we're certainly open to that, but we were trying to make it as a
Just an equal level playing field, period.
yes, just to start. Winthrop, they want to add 10 different programs, not really, but they want to add more programs, and York Tech could probably have some more capacity, but we also don't want to start with 300 students when this is the first go around for us. So we think maybe starting smaller, it's still a good number of students, but smaller, and then maybe expanding our approach after we go through it one time.
Likewise, Ms. Branning, in terms of the degree that they're receiving is an associate's and basically gen ed classes. It is different than what our students who work with Ms. Logan in the CTE field, where they're coming out with a welding certificate that probably leads directly to a job. This would be a general associate's that's not necessarily, I mean, it's a step up from the high school diploma, but it's not necessarily leading to a direct career field, which is another consideration for why we weren't saying
Sure.
a prioritization of students just seeking 2-year.
If I go back to your, you talked about to get a taste of college and to get a jump start on some college future plan. It also, I would guess though, you talked about having a 2-page essay. So those could be factors that could be considered if included in an essay.
Yes, ma'am. I've already thought through that, and we'll give some coaching to families to make sure that when you're writing your essay, you're explaining how you would use this. How would this make an impact in your life? How are you committed to this process? What will you use this for? And we ask that be the predominant factor in terms of the essay, of not just brag on all your accomplishments, but why are we seeking this? What are we going to do with this? And how are we committed? Great points, and a good transition from Chairwoman Spears. Things that we need to consider when looking at it. And I won't read all these to you, but this is something when I meet with parents, and I think right from the jump, I really want all the board members, all the principals, everyone who's involved to understand. This is college now in a way we haven't experienced college now. They are starting as college students, meaning the communication is like college students experience. They will not be communicating with parents. So they will not communicate grades to parents. They will not discuss assignments or complaints with parents. So this is like your child is off at Clemson 3 hours away, starting right now when they're just 8 miles across the Cherry Road Bridge in some cases. So they need to understand that colleges cannot freely share with anyone but the student, which down at the bottom is going to mean self-advocacy is going to be an important skill for those students that we sign up. They're going to need to go to their professors, go to the offices where they're going to work through situations and challenges. They've got to have those professional expectations. We also want them to know that in a bigger way than maybe AP classes or even the a la carte dual credit, a significant chunk, 60 hours in some cases, of your college transcript will be solidified before you graduate high school. If those grades aren't great, that is a huge hole to dig out of. Now, you can't progress if you make less than a C, and our university partners will say, all right, we're going to retake that course because we can't move on to the next one if that's the case. But lots of things to understand. I mentioned before attendance, transportation. There's a very specific child who is ready for this, and we want to make sure we connect that family, that child, with the best opportunity for them. So even though 600 families have responded saying, I'm interested, I think when we look at all of that, that's going to whittle down to a much smaller number, and then the application process will be a little bit more manageable.
And we certainly don't want to scare any students away, but we also don't want to sugarcoat it and say it's going to be just like a high school class, because it's not. And I think the big piece of that is the communication. A parent's not going to be able to email their professor about a grade, or I guess they could email them. They're not going to get a response, but they can't email them. But that's going to be a big difference, and we just want to be clear from the get-go with our families that it's going to be a little different experience.
But these partner organizations have built in some like intro to college or what?
I think we saw it.
You didn't call it flex, did you? Or
No, ma'am, but like a mandatory study hall.
Yeah, study hall.
I was very impressed with our university partner supports for the families, but it's going to be new challenges. You go down the Indyland campus and there's a Bojangles across the street, and I know I can miss a couple of classes. That's something. You could have knocked me over with a feather when they pointed out a suspension on our campus they need to show up on theirs. They do not care about our discipline. And likewise, their discipline may not reflect on our campus. They are dually enrolled in 2 different programs.
And that is different than like a Legion, right? Where they're getting college. It's more like our traditional dual credit. They're getting the college credit, but they're getting it through the high school.
Correct.
And this is a program where we're truly cutting them off halfway through the day.
I think they're getting most of theirs online.
Yep.
Well, yeah. I'm just saying this is not the same way that that's being handled.
And they'll be shoulder to shoulder with 19, 20, 21-year-olds on the campus. It's not going to be a dedicated block of a bubble of just Fort Mill School District students. They're going to be living the college experience half the day. But the thing I'm most excited about is that they get to come home and they can still take some advanced coursework. They want to continue it and take APs, they can continue it and take APs or whatever they want. If they're, like I mentioned before, if they're a band student, they can get back for third and fourth block. JROTC, they can get back for third and fourth block. They want to be ready for football practice, they can get back for fourth block. So,
I'm
yes,
gonna
sir.
wait until the next slide because it says questions.
Yeah, yes, sir.
I'll let you
Yes, sir.
finish.
Never lose the educator. I love it. Next steps, pending board approval, we want to host a parent-student information night. As soon as if you approve this, that'll be the next thing we launch into. It'll be a very accelerated timeline because the university partners want our students registered in March. That means after approval, we have to jump into this of letting parents know what's up, and then opening the application for then selecting our students, and then meeting again with the select group to say, I know we told you on the front end, but you need to know all the things that are coming at you in rapid fire, from registration to how do I get a parking pass and what are my expectations? Because in some cases, like the Indian Land Program, they could be registering for summer coursework this coming summer.
How does that timeline sync up with our enrollment for classes for the next year?
Terribly so. IGP processes will be completed in February for all grades. The Rising Ninth are the last ones. So we're really going to have to push this out and advertise it to families on our own. So it'll be something where I'm going to ask the principals to push out messages. I might do a nice all call to all eligible families. We can run some reports to determine who meets those minimal things like a 3.5 and say, hey, rising juniors and seniors, come on out if you're interested in this. But we do think it's going to be pretty important, maybe even mandatory, that you participate in one of these info sessions before we hand you an application.
Well, and we might even want to consider a little bit of, I'm not going to call it code of conduct agreement, but a family, school, university agreement that's, I understand and I acknowledge Dr. Dixon's not going to be talking to me as the parent about anything that's going on. And
So we're going to put together a comprehensive packet. When I talk to my partner in Rock Hill, who does my job and has experienced this with a cohort of students at both Winthrop and York Tech, she said she's got 6 pages. So we may have that or more of expectations and clarifying content for families. Dr. Frateroli, you had a question?
I do. So I have concerns. It's not a concern. It's just a question about the commitment. And if there is, I mean, because we can go into this with the best intentions that starting junior year, my 16-year-old child is going to be ready to be a college student. And then a semester in, they're not ready to be a college student.
Right.
And so what happens to that slot in the commitment process?
Yes, sir. So we would have a wait list for, again, if demand exceeds supply, we're going to wait list students because there's going to be situations where a family registers and then a hardship happens and dad has to move across the country because his job relocates them. There are going to be instances where we move students. At the semester, as someone rolls out, we'll push in another. They won't be like these seniors. They won't be able to finish the entire program, but we don't want to waste any spots, especially at that Winthrop program where we're putting up our own money to try to make sure that we have this opportunity for our students. We don't want to waste any spots. So unless, if it happens during the semester, we won't be able to move someone in 2 weeks into the course, but obviously we can move someone in or out. And families would have that. You're right. Families would have that decision. If I get in and I get a couple of C's and I say, I don't want to start off with C's in my transcript.
They adhere to the drop deadlines of the university.
Yes, yes, we can actually do nothing about that as the Fort Mill School District. So if they get in and they drop it before the drop deadline is over, technically they come out. But that also means that they would have like a withdrawal failing or withdrawal passing grade on their high school transcript. And in some cases, not a lot, but if you look at the individual classes, there's a GovEcon on there. They need that to graduate. So you come out of that, you're going to have to take it in third or fourth block back home on your campus. So there's some,
That definitely needs to be in the parent presentation.
Right.
yes, sir.
So,
And,
We'll highlight those.
and it works at a semester, but it doesn't work with the 8-week things, right? Because there's nothing we can do if you're 8 weeks in, we got to wait until the semester to put somebody else.
Semester change would be the only time we could make change.
Yeah, I'll just go really quick. Couple comments. I love the almost the blind grading scale of it. You're getting, there's zero bias involved here. It's just the best of the best are going to be able to get it. I love that. You know, I think about it. I think one of us brought it up earlier when I first got here. We were up in like the 200s, and I know we spoke about it earlier. We're 91st, but it's stuff like this. Like, it's just that sharpening. These are things that just sharpen us. Like, you can stay. I was talking to soon to be Dr. Young. It's coming soon. Just speaking that over you, Mr. Young, the other day about how you get better from where we are, and it's things like this. And we just thought you guys do such a wonderful job of just not settling, and just constantly looking for ways to sharpen your craft and to get better. And it was said earlier, the same thing is true for our principals as well. Like, constantly learning and growing and opening up these relationships. It's just phenomenal. I feel like this is going to be one of those things that just continue to move us up closer to. I think we can crack 50.
Thank you.
I think I understood to say that the GPA that they earn in this program will count towards their college GPA,
Yes, sir.
as opposed to maybe if they're doing in our schools.
It still counts in our schools.
Still going to count?
This would just be.
It doesn't transfer as just a credit. It's actually a GPA.
Yes, sir. So they create a college transcript for every course they take. These dual credit government economics kids that have been in it to win it in the room all night long, they will actually have a college transcript that begins, and they take that. It's just a la carte. So if they take just the government economics, that's 6 hours of this compared to potentially 60 hours that will be calculated, and that's really going to be impactful on their overall GPA when they get to the university setting.
But it will also, all of the courses that they take will count towards their high school transcript.
Yes, ma'am.
At
A dual credit or AP level. And if I can say one word on that, I would always advise any family here, you need to chase the opportunity that's best for your child, not GPA points. I would be remiss if a family said, oh, I might can move ahead a space or two by doing this, if that's not something that's really the trajectory or in their kid's best interest. And our university partners will tell you, if you're looking at an Ivy League or something out of state, sometimes AP courses on our campus with our instructors may be the way to go. In other cases, a mix of that, dual credits, it may be the way to go. But it's one thing where we want to say, as the families decide what's right for them and the university partners advise you, that's what we want to open the door for. But please don't chase GPA points with trying to keep up with the Jones on this, because I don't think that's in the best interest of the child or our opportunity here. Anything else?
So just so I'm clear, our next meeting is December something. So the plan is to bring back and request approval to move forward.
Yes,
with
ma'am.
This set of work that you've described to us today.
Anything that was non-concrete in today's presentation will be solidified by then in terms of USCL giving us that brand new pathway, and we'll have that to you well in advance of the board meeting, so it's not just the Friday before. As soon as USCL gets that to us, we'll solidify that. We'll map out all our processes. Hopefully I can even have a packet of what would be shared with parents so that you're giving us the rubber stamp, and as soon as that occurs, we launch into action. But this is going to be a cumbersome process because in other places, there are whole staff members dedicated to overseeing this when we're talking about 100 kids and 3 universities, and you can't mix and match your mediums either. You can't take York Tech classes and USCL classes because then somebody gets a bill. So there's a lot of moving parts here.
So that's the only thing that's not concrete is the USCL.
Yes, sir.
the particular classes there at USCL. So I think the framework of the program is concrete, but
Yes.
just what are the actual classes the students will take? So when we come back in at the next meeting, we'll ask for approval of the pathways, but we'll also have to ask for approval of all the courses. Like he's gonna do next for the high school courses that we hope to add. We'll have to do that, ask for the approval of the pathways, but then also each particular course that's gonna be offered.
I'm excited to vote on that.
And you said you were leaning option A, but you'll come back with, this is how we're gonna.
Definitive, yes, sir. And that's, part of that is us finalizing our process and putting that in front of the lawyer for their official, because we've been talking hypotheticals to this point.
And you have a plan in place for supporting counselors.
I spent yesterday with the high school counselors rolling out what I would present to you today, and they know that they're going to be very active in the process. We will use them, we'll use administrators in that double-blind selection process, but it's going to require a lot of hands-on for all of these kids. 100 kids' schedules are going to have to be touched by human hands.
Right.
And that's labor intense, but we think it's going to be instrumental to giving our kids the best situation.
And we're talking about all 3 high schools, not an allocation for each school.
Yeah, the 60 spots are just 60 spots. It's not 20
For
per high
all
school.
4
Okay.
Right.
It's not.
So our process for that,
Spots to each high school.
no, that is something that we were going to allocate based off of the populations. So if there's 60 seats, we would divide those based off of Fort Mill High had so many seats, Catawba and NAFO based off of their population. So it's a representative representation. I apologize for that.
I got you. Okay.
It'll be
Okay.
close because they're
Yeah, they're all
all
about the
three
same.
pretty close.
Yes. I've been ballparking, 22, 20, and 18, but I haven't done the math to find out exactly what that'll be yet.
And why would that be if the intent is to use a blind application process to pick the best 60 students? What would be the need for an allocation?
I think our rationale on allocation was just to make sure there doesn't become an unintentional bubble where it follows just one school. If one school had stronger GPAs or one school had what have you, I think it wouldn't pass the smell test of looking at, out of 100 kids, 60 of them came from one high school. We would want to make sure there was a minimum balance. But if you have strong feelings, you can provide us that feedback. We'll be happy to take that into consideration because we have a whole month to work out all the wrinkles.
I think give it to the best.
Thank you, thank you.
If it's the best, it gets, because if you got a kid who did better than another kid at a school, it almost feels unjust to deny them that. That's just, I'm good with whatever.
Yeah, I worry too about just demand. Like, in theory, if there were only 25 kids in one school that applied,
Right.
20 out of 25 get, and you got 75 that apply in the other, and 20 out of 75 get. I don't know.
Certainly something we're open to.
I think it would be worthy to, on the first go-round, as it's being graded, so to speak, to maybe leave it as it is open and just see what the results show, as opposed to, and
The other consideration I haven't verbalized is that the high schools have committed money from their own pots for these seats so it would be hard to take cash from one high school and then if they didn't have an equitable share.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to distribute the funding draw.
But that's only the
differently
winter
than
program, so.
Than the applications.
Right.
You could balance both and give it a set allocation to each high school with an open allocation.
That's right.
Or, 10, 10, 10, and then the other 30
No less than.
is open.
We could set a floor, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, wow.
Great job.
Yeah, very good, very good.
I think this is yours.
That was hefty. All right, Dr. Dixon is going to come up for a moment anyway.
And she
talk.
expects clapping when she's done.
and
So-
talk about some
I don't know, this is not nearly as exciting. It should be quick and painless. Madam Chair, members of the board, I want to present to you several policy revisions for first reading that are all related to recent legislative changes that affect student attendance. Lawmakers enacted a new law that requires school districts to adjust their attendance policies to provide for excused absences for students who are participating in career and technical student organizations. So we're talking about things like DECA, HOSA, FFA, 4-H, et cetera. To qualify, these experiences have to be supervised by a certified teacher, provide opportunities to assess technical or career-related competencies, and include organized competitions, exhibitions, or similar activities. Students and parents, like always, would be responsible for making up all missed academic work. And I have included in your packet draft versions of all of the updated new policies, which are all based on the South Carolina School Board Association models. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I only have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
In the policy, as it was updated, the final bullet point says absences not to exceed 10 days to participate in career and technical student organization experiences. Are we making that a 5 per semester, or it's just straight up 10? And 5 per semester may be not feasible because FFA and some of the others all of theirs may come on the front end or the back end. I guess my question or my intent behind the question is, when we have always worked on our calendars and for years when we've talked about the number of days of students in seats, we've never been fans of 80 days and 100 days. We've always tried to be very balanced. So that's my only question is, are we looking at dividing that per semester, or it's simply a count?
I believe it's simply a count. I think the language in the law does not do that. It simply says a total of 10 days.
Well, the language in the law would not surprise me that it doesn't say that, but I think for us,
Yeah,
knowing how we operate and our expectations in our district, that's where my question comes from.
yes. Yeah. Other
Other than
questions?
that, I don't have a question or a problem with it.
Have we been I'll call it penalizing students when they go off? I didn't think.
No, I don't believe we have, but I believe in somewhere in South Carolina land, there were students who were counted absent. But no,
That's what I was getting to is,
Yeah.
this is a law, but
we've been following
shouldn't
this.
change what we've
Not
been
a
doing on
change in
practice.
Right.
Correct,
Correct. But it's making it a legal requirement now.
correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you will be back in December for a formal vote on these.
Yes, ma'am.
All right?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
All right. But we have
Not Joe Burke.
not Joe Burke up for,
A
does
pseudo
require,
Joe
New and improved, Joe.
this one does require action.
Yes, good evening. So this will be our first action item for tonight. Bring forward to you for the second reading the consideration of approval for of policy BEA, live streaming of board meetings. Again, this is the model policy provided by the School Boards Association. We've made no changes. And so the administration would recommend adopting this policy.
Sure. I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the administration to approve board policy BEA as it relates to live streaming board meetings as required by statute from our legislators.
Second.
Motion is second to approve policy BEA as presented. Any discussion?
How did this relate to our school board visits, like the schools? Is that not technically a,
We are not taking any actions, and so we're okay.
got it?
If we were, and I will say in the past, not lately, but there have been times years ago that we had a quick,
On-site.
we needed to make a quick policy change or something like that, and we would, while we were
weather
there,
day.
we would go ahead, but we couldn't do that now. We'd
Can't
have
do
to
that
come
now.
back here and do it here instead now. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries.
Everybody's just trying to stay away.
Yeah.
They not fooling me.
All right. Who's doing this one? Peter is doing this one. That's right. More approvals of policies.
No clapping? Okay.
Until after
Just
I
easy.
hear how you do.
So this is consideration for policy GCLE for unencumbered time for nurses. Essentially, in this policy, we are adopting the model policy, and essentially, we're adding "and nurses" in this policy in addition to the unencumbered time for teachers. But these would be nurses at all 3 levels of our schools.
And we reviewed this a few weeks ago.
Yes, this is the second reading. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the administration to approve updated model policy GCLE, unencumbered time to include school nurses.
Second.
Motion is second to approve policy GCLE as presented. Any questions or discussion?
No, the only other thing I will add, the board does not approve administrative rules, so the rule attached to it does not require our approval. That
Yes,
is,
ma'am.
that's yours.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, nurses now get unencumbered time.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Scroggs caught his breath and he's back.
Right?
There's some significant pressure after how quickly those were approved after the 44-minute presentation a minute ago. But I'll be short and sweet with giving due appropriate explanation for the things that we're going to look at. This is my yearly, let me bring to you the bulk, and I can't always say all because we still have some of those York Tech classes that'll trickle in for CTE and some other exceptions, but the bulk of our new course proposal. We have gone through this process starting earlier this year so that we can do the approval like we normally do now, and we're going to do that process again for this is for 26, 27. We're going to start the 27, 28 in January so that our counselors will know everything new when they get to IGP season. This has been something a long time coming, so I'm going to double up on it in 1 year just so our counselors can get a head start and our families are better informed at the table. So I'm going to cruise through the things that you already know. Nothing changes here. Really starts at the school level, comes all the way up to the curriculum department, and then I propose it to you once the principals have discussed it thoroughly and voted on it in their principal PLT. New course proposals. This is where we look at things like how is it going to impact the curriculum? How is it going to help our students? How does it fit into the greater picture of our curriculum? What I bring to you tonight we'll begin with our AP courses. 2 new AP courses would be AP Business with Personal Finance. This does not satisfy, this would not necessarily satisfy the personal finance requirement, but would be a business finance related college course offered through the College Board. Now, AP Seminar is something that requires maybe a little bit more explanation. AP Seminar is something that's typically done in conjunction with AP Research. I look at those as both being research-based classes, but AP Research is more like writing a dissertation, writing a major research thesis, and AP Seminar is less writing-focused and more presentational. Think TED Talk on the topic that you've well-researched. The idea is to have well-researched students. We're bringing to you now AP Research. The hope is that when we do this process again next semester, we'll bring to you, excuse me, I misspoke, AP Seminar, and our hope is when we bring again the next proposals, we'll have AP Research, which the 2 of those together with the student who takes 4 other AP classes, if they do this, they get a special AP Capstone Diploma, which is a recognition offered by College Board to say you have 6 college credits offered through a nationally recognized service, and they will basically receive a seal letting them know. It's a big brag point for our students as they write their college resumes. We're also offering in the CTE realm Digital Art and Design 4. It seems funny to say that Digital Art and Design 4 is going to be dual credit because we offer a dual credit, but for whatever reason, it's always been at level 3 because the university partner articulating said that the content of 3 was a better fit. So kids would typically go 1 CP, 2 CP, 3 dual credit, and then 4 honors. Now they're going to go 1 CP, 2 CP, 3 dual credit, and now 4 honors because of this proposal for computer graphics and digital photography. New courses that are seeking honors credits. Band 5 and 7, we offer 6 and 8 right now. So this would be 5, 6, 7, and 8. So I'm only bringing to you 5 and 7. The same thing applies to concert chorus. Theater 3 and 4, they don't have anything other than that 4th level dual credit class, so they want to have an offering for theater 3 and 4 at the honors level, and media tech 3 at the honors level. Those are ones we say are state approved because there's already a course code. We wouldn't have to do anything local board approved. Dance at 5, 6, 7, and 8, no pun intended, at the honors level is something that's not in the course code. We would have to local board approve honors waiting for these. Now, I want you to know, when we considered these to receive honors credit, we applied the South Carolina Honors Framework, which is asking them to show us how it's going to be how it's going to be advanced curriculum worthy of the honors tag. They presented before a board of administrators, district personnel, coordinators to present all the ways that it's going to be honors. So they have already gone through that, and they provided us sufficient documentation. They've received our seal of approval and endorsement to come forward to receive honors weighting for these classes. Local board approved classes are the ones that I just mentioned you have to approve every year. The new ones that we're bringing to you, local board approved, would be Dance 5, 6, 7, and 8 honors. You have already approved Dance 5 through 8 as CP classes.
Back to the state approved, tell me the situation with band and chorus in 5 and 7 versus 6 and 8 again?
Okay, so traditionally, we've not offered any credit for the marching season. So the marching band is 5 and 7, which is the fall semester. And we've said we're only offering credit for the Wind Symphony honors sections, which would be 6 and 8. We had proposals to basically say when we have the bands that are 1, 1, and 2 in the state routinely for marching band, they put forward how they were going to make this an honors course. So that's what that would look like. Same thing for chorus. 6 and 8 receive it, which is basically the spring semester, and that was modeled after band. And I anticipate once these things go through, I imagine JROTC will do likewise to offer more things at the honors level. So I could see more of this, but this is in keeping with, our policy has been if you have 4 classes, 3 and 4 are offered, we can articulate those at the honors level. Well, when you have a class like band, chorus, JROTC, you have 8 sections. We really say proportionately, that would be 5, 6, 7, and 8, but we'd only been offering 7 and 8, 6 and 8, which is why we're bringing 5 and 7.
Yeah.
All right, keep us rolling. So you have to you don't have to, but I'm asking you to reauthorize our local board approved every year. We're just adding that gray bar at the bottom, and then we'll ask you to reauthorize all those other courses which have been the thing that you look at every year to say, yes, we still want to have pre-AP biology and JROTC leadership labs and things like that. So any questions? Hearing none. Our requests before the board are articulated as such.
So I believe I counted these and I have 11. Maybe I'm wrong, because that doesn't look like 11.
I count 11.
I count 11.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the administration to approve the 11 courses presented for our 26-7 year of academic study.
Second.
Motion is second for the 11 courses presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the administration to reauthorize the prior board-authorized programs and include the 4 additionals presented this evening for local board approval.
Second.
So motion is second to reauthorize the existing courses and add the 4 new ones that are included for dance. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries.
Okay, I did not count these. Y'all killed me
Okay.
in this. I
Right.
didn't count these. However, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the administration to reauthorize under local board approval for the 26-27 school year, the courses as presented.
Second.
Motion is second to reauthorize the courses as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Right? Okay.
I'm out of here.
All right. The floor is back to you.
All right, and I'll try to be quick because I know everybody's ready to get home. Enrollment up, or let me do calendar of events first. Today, we had awesome school board visits to Fort Mill Elementary, Fort Mill Middle, and Doby's Bridge. Had a great time. Our school board meeting tonight. Next week, Wednesday through Friday, is Thanksgiving break. No school for students or staff. First week of December the 1st through the 4th, is Blue Ribbon Lighthouse Schools of Excellence Award recognition. And Pleasant Knoll, Tigakay, and Catawba Ridge are all getting awarded Blue Ribbon. So we're really excited for them. There will be quite a few of us going down to honor them in Orlando. And then that weekend, we have the School Board Association Legislative Conference in Charleston. And then we come back, and on Tuesday, we'll have a school board meeting on the 9th, so our only one in December. And then the 19th is an instructional half-day for students. Note the dismissal time is a half-day, not an early release. So it's 11, 11:35, and 12:10. And then the 22nd through the 31st, or actually through January 2nd, is winter break, no school for students and staff. And then we come back and have a teacher work day on that Monday, no school for students.
And then kids start on the 6th.
Kids will start back on the 6th, so. All right. Current enrollment, we're up 21 students from last month. We're at 18,265. Our student attendance update, every school for October was above 94%. That is a really good number. It did go down a little bit from last month, so students, remind your friends, we need you to come to school. It's so important that you're in school each and every day. High school, Nation Ford High School had the highest, 95.5%. Congratulations to Chris. And middle school, Gold Hill Middle School, 97.2%. And our highest in the district was 97.8% by Orchard Park Elementary. Good job, Matthew. Now that is daily attendance. Chronic absenteeism, remember this is students missing 10% or more. This is excused or unexcused. Nation Ford had the lowest at 9.39 for high school.
Nice.
Gold Hill Middle School had the lowest for middle school at 3.82. And our lowest in the district and at elementary school was River Trail at 3.14. So excited for them. I do want to say that we have met now with our student advisory group twice at every high school. So, and this month, the first meeting was just introductions, general topics. This month, we really focused on academics and instruction. Dr. Wakesness and Dr. Dixon and I met with each high school, had a lot of good questions about course offerings, about the college pathways. We talked a lot about that. We talked about flex and how that was going. So got a lot of great feedback from our high school students on those things. So really excited about how those are going. They're a little quiet about the first 3 minutes, and then they open up and they don't stop, and I have to cut them off at 3:40 and say it's time to go home. So, yep.
All right. Well, we are in need of what is hopefully a brief executive session to discuss personnel recommendations, legal issues, and contractual issues. So I thank everyone for coming, especially the students for sticking it out the whole time.
Yeah.
Picked a good one to attend, and with that, we will move into executive session. Everybody have
Motion
a
to
great
go into
night.
executive session.
All right, we're in executive session. Thanks.
Motion to return to public session?
So we are back from executive session where we discussed personnel recommendations, legal issues, and contractual issues. We do have one action item to take.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the administration to name Leah Cox as the assistant principal to Fort Mill Middle.
Second.
Motion is second to name Leah Cox as the assistant principal at Fort Mill Middle. Any discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. I believe at this time.
Motion to adjourn.
We can adjourn. Thank you all so much if you stuck around.